Alright, welcome back. For tonight's stream, I'd like to welcome back some old friends of ours. One, of course, is, I put this on Twitter just half hour ago or so, but I'm gonna try Scavenging Ooze again in tonight's stream because I think it's kind of good with the Snuff Out and it gives the deck a little bit of a different angle against blue red specifically, but also the instant speed or pseudo instant speed controlled timing of the graveyard. Eating the graveyard is pretty relevant, I think, against some decks. So, also for curve reasons, I think I like a split of 3-1 or even 3-2 potentially a split with Ooze. This does necessitate. I actually added back in the fourth Shepherd. I don't know how I feel about that to be honest, but I think for curve reasons that might be okay. There's an argument to be made for the second Ooze as well, but I think for now maybe we'll just try to keep the first. Try to keep the main deck as clean as possible for the time being. But yeah, this today marks the first time I've streamed with Scavenging Ooze in probably, man, it's been almost at least 9 months. So, because I did not play with Scavenging Ooze during the Eternal Weekend list, and actually the month before that it had just fallen out of favor. Most notably because Endurance just did a better job of wiping the graveyard. The reason why I wanted to test again is because the environment has changed a little bit since I last tried it. Namely, Ragavan got banned. The printing of Boseiju meant that we can play Snuff Out now, which incidentally helps Scavenging Ooze, right? Because the life game is relevant. Another thing that is relevant is, let me think. Oh, with Ragavan ban, namely, you take more damage from there's you take more potentially damage from Delver early in the games now, and you can't really chump Delver in the during the midterms the way we can with Ragavan. So life gain kind of relevant there as well. I think those are the big ones. There's something else I'm forgetting, but if I remember, I'll put it here. The other thing that I've been playing the last few days that I have been impressed with is the main deck Progenitus. Most specifically, Moonstompy has done very well the last 2 weeks. I think it put two Sundays ago, or 8 days ago, I should say. It put 2 copies in the top 8 of the challenge, and in the showcase challenge yesterday, Kellen Pastor went 8-0 in the Swiss with Ryan Hamilton's version of the Moonstompy list. I believe John's the first person to post that list, but if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. Hey, David, how's it going? So on that topic, actually, yeah, Mass Vandal is also a concession to that deck because I personally think that matchup is very difficult. It's not unwinnable or anything, but I think having a silver bullet would be pretty good. Hey, so we have mental misstep. So unban, we have mental misstep here as well in the house. So Snuff Out has been tech for about a little bit more than a month now, I think. But thanks, yeah, I appreciate the compliment. The reason why we can do it is, there's 2 reasons really. I think with the addition of Boseiju in the deck, we don't need a generic answer in the form of Abrupt Decay, which is not playable at the moment. No wonder, that makes sense. Said, but so we don't need a flexible answer, which has been Abrupt Decay for a long time, and then I would say within the last year or so, because of Murktide Regent, has been Assassin's Trophy. But I think Snuff Out is pretty good at the moment because against any Elvish Reclaimer deck and against So I think there's a couple of requirements, right? Any removal spell we play at the moment needs to be able to kill Murktide Regent, in my opinion. So I think like Abrupt Decay is like very unplayable at the moment. Fatal Push is decent because it's 1 mana, but it doesn't kill Abrupt Decay. I like Snuff Out because against decks with Elvish Reclaimer or Aether Vial, this is almost like a tie walk. Um, and if you played with this card, you kind of know what I mean by that. So that makes sense, Stefan. So yeah, exactly. So like the thing about Snuff Out too is like I know some people will stay away from this card because the life gain is relevant against Delver. Sorry, the life loss, but it's actually very castable in elves in the late game. So in the early game, this allows you to keep up. And when you're snuffing out the first threat, for instance, and then playing your own, oh man, if you're a Delver player, you feel behind, right? Like, but yeah, it's insane against DNT. It's insane against Elvish Reclaimer. And by that logic, it's insane against any Knight of the Reliquary deck. So this card is actually quite good, and I'm glad I tried it because I used to be skeptical of this deck of this card, but more so because um, we needed a flexible answer to answer things like Tabernacle or whatnot. But I think with Boseiju now kind of shoring up some of those holes, we can play a stronger removal spell in the form of Snuff Out that is tempo positive. But yeah, like insane against any green deck, insane against any Aether Vial deck, and strong still against Delver. Like it's not as good, but still very strong there. Like, but insane against like this the Reclaimer decks and the Aether Vial decks. Also, anything like Infect, this is an absolute nightmare for them. Like we can tap out and they can't feel safe if that makes sense. But yeah, Vandal is a hedge against the Moonstompy decks that have been very popular. I know the obvious question is why not Rex Stage? The card is like a million mana, in my opinion. Like 4 mana to tutor for, I'd rather take my chances with Mass Vandal. Also, Moonstompy will likely kill some of your creatures anyways with their Furies and whatnot, and Dead Gone potentially. So, for the most part, pretty live. And you can, sacrifice your own Arbor with Reclaimer if need be. Obviously not as good against Omni, but then you'd have to have it naturally in hand anyways. The I think if you're like Stefan and haven't played Legacy in a month, and I think Stefan is in if I recall, the mocks that's coming up on the 18th. So definitely will be cool to see Stefan and others. I know Will has come by our chat, our stream a few times, so it'll be cool to see both of them along with I forget who else is in it, but that'll be pretty cool. So something for the audience to tune into. I don't know when they will announce more details on that, but I think it's like Modern and Vintage Cube. But I think that said, yeah, I'm glad Stefan likes the Snuff Out tech. But yeah, I think the same week, a few weekends ago, Julian and Yuri both actually top aided the event. Yeah, the OG X Whale, what's it called? The real X Whale will stand up. Will be competing. I don't know who this other imposter is, but we'll try to catch them when they are up to no good, right? But I think I think this main deck is solid. Like Progenitus, I think right now, actually, since we're catching Stefan and everybody up on the recent changes on this deck. So yeah, Jurg and Julian actually top aided with my list. I think 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, with the Snuff Out tech, and I think Jurg at the time played Choke as well for the Jeskai decks. But the big change, I think, and this is a shout out to Inigo Runcor, but he showed me data, and actually he was the one that got me to record some of my, begrudgingly, I didn't want to do this because I'm lazy, but I recorded some of my, wins, losses, all the data for the spreadsheet. And he noticed that the number of game ones that were won by Archon were few and far in between. And actually, the number of game twos that were won were actually the same. So what I mean by that is, even though Archon is boarded out in more than half of the games, it was still winning as many games twos as game one. So that tells me this is a better sideboard card, and the reason for that actually makes sense because in the matches where you want Archon, you can actually get to Archon because of the discard spells and Mindbird Trap. Um, Progenitus notably is very good, I think, against the current metagame because of Jeskai control. It's good against D&T, it's good against lands, and it's good against. It's like decent against Delver if you can, get it out quickly, but not great. And there's something else that I'm forgetting. Oh, it's great against Moonstompy. That's what I was talking about. So I think with that said, this is like pretty reasonable. The anti-combo cards here can be like really whatever you want. I think the only must is the Thoughtseize because it's great against control as well. But I wouldn't fault you if you like, went 3 Mind Druid Traps or 3, Duress or Cabal Therapy. Yeah, exactly. Also, the other thing was I tried playing, a more streamlined version without a second natural order target. It was actually okay until I ran into these Jeskai decks that just did not respect natural order, and I think that is a little bit of soft spot. I don't want people to think, oh, you can resolve natural order against me. Against combo, that's typically okay because if natural order resolves, by that time in game one, they've either stumbled for some reason, and odds are Hoof is going to be lethal. Now, against these control decks or D&T, I don't want them thinking, oh, you're safe from a natural order. So that's why I think Progenitus has been very good. Also very good against Moonstompy, like I said. Better than Archon because the clock is faster and Archon you potentially can, die to like 2 Furies or something like that. I don't know. But or like a Shatter Skull smash for a lot. But yeah, with that said, I think a lot of the changes will make sense. Actually, shout out to Stefan too. I asked him, I want to say like maybe 2 months ago, maybe a month and a half, I don't remember exactly, but regarding the construction of the mana base, and he was actually that said that at the time I was running 3 Besagus, and he and Jarvis, so shout out to Jarvis too, said that actually I think it's borderline it's already borderline, and I actually wanted to potentially see if I can cut more, but they highly advocated against that and actually took their suggestion, which was to add in the 8th fetch land again to make sure that we have a nice clean mana base here. So shout out to Stefan and Jarvis on that. I think with that said, we can go ahead and start. If something to keep in mind is I kind of want to play the second Ooze, and it'd be between that or the 4th Shepherd. Since adding back the second Birch, I think this card is like very underrated, and it's like a pseudo mana dork that is good with your glimpses. So, hey, decent, how's it going? So I think we'll keep an eye on that to see if we want the second Ooze or not. But also the reason why not the 4th Endurance is even though we played 4 before, I think for curve considerations, I would probably prefer a lower curve, and that could be like the second Ooze or the 4th Shepherd or whatnot. I think having the first Ooze is, I think, relevant from a strategic standpoint. So we'll see how this goes. What? In the meantime, actually, did we have any questions? I'm glad to have Stefan here though. That's pretty cool. And then obviously shout out to Dukes, for all the kind words again. Let's check my Twitter real quick. I don't have my notifications. I haven't checked yet, but I think this is kind of cool too because I'm testing tonight 2 cards that I had played prior. Obviously, one like significantly more than the other. I only played this in like limited testing really, but the Scavenging Ooze is a mainstay of elves since essentially I don't know. 2013 or whatever it was that the Commander set came out. Why I have this 2014 version is beyond me. I have to change that. Let's see. Hey, Eli is in the house. No Kieran today. He's busy on Mondays, actually. Decent. Great question. Actually, I wanted to have him back on, but he told me I think he has a podcast or something he's mentioned on Mondays. I don't remember exactly, but I will have him back on pretty soon for sure. I know a lot of people seem to enjoy the stream I did last week with Kern, so for sure I will we will be running it back pretty soon. Just not tonight because of how the schedule's lined up. Oh, good question. I will update that now. That is, you know, I always forget to do that to edit the stream. So I did that I forgot to update it last time, or I did update it last time for Kieran, and then um, it should be fixed now. Hey, Andrea, glad to see you're here. Uh, uh, yeah, Ooze. It's nice to see this card. This card is a very pet card of mine. Well, not even pet, but like I hold this card very dear, near and dear to my heart. Like even though I hadn't played it in months, um, the reason being is because it has been a very important part of the elves deck. Even though as a one of, it was pretty much in the role that Gris was before. Yeah, main deck Progenitus, Eli. I was talking about just briefly now, is because I think it is very good in the current metagame. I we're on the play here with a virtual 6 already. Arguable is a virtual 5, so I'm a mole. Oh, this is even worse. Alright, Punishing Waterfalls, I feel like I just played them recently. I think they were on Belcher. I'm sorry, not Belcher. Oops. Probably gonna get got, but it is what it is. Like if that's the case, it's a small hedge here against if they're on one of those decks. We'll see. Also, we probably aren't casting. Well, we could have cast. We'll see. I think we're just yeah, we're dead. We just played them and they were on oops, so I just fully expected to die here. Unfortunately, we are. Yeah, it is what it is. Can't say I enjoy this matchup, but I mean that's legacy, right? Also, congrats to Eli. For those who don't know, I didn't get a chance to check out Eli's stream today, but if you get a chance, it's always nice to see a fellow tribal player doing well. And Eli top aided the showcase challenge yesterday, so big congrats to Eli on the very cool run. I think we're just dead here. Is there any reason to? Where's Dread Return? Why do I not see? Oh, there it is. I'm just gonna see. Yeah, for sure, Eli. I was really happy to see you top eight, and also shout out to Daniel Nunez. So the tribal gang is just doing real well. As of late, for sure, at least. I think for those who don't know, Eli has been playing. I think the enchantment Kiki Jiki. I forget what it's called. Oh wow, Danny Nunes is here as well. So we got the whole tribal gang here for sure. So shout out to both Eli and Daniel. And then I think yeah, Eli played the tribal Kiki. Sorry, the enchantment Kiki Jiki, and then which is also in Moonstompy at the moment, by the way. And then I think both play unlicensed Hearst, which seems to be kind of like the the graveyard hate of choice if you're not in white or green. Uh, I'm like torn on the card. I tried it myself for a few leagues. The only issue with Hearst is it's kind of a bad top deck, but and it competes with endurance, right? Because you have too many graveyard hate cards. Otherwise, it's like weird for mapping. But I was impressed when I drew it on turn two, though. Specifically against Delver, obviously. Not being found off Once Upon a Time is a little bit annoying, but I think the card definitely, if you're not in green and potentially white, yeah. Also endurance, you can do these shenanigans with Cradle, right? But yeah, I think I like endurance a little bit better. Whether Hearst is better than Ooze is a different question. I think if I were to guess, um, I think Hearst. I think Ooze is probably a little bit better, but not by much. Nice. That's pretty sick. All right. What are we gonna do? But yeah, I think actually Hearst doing well is actually one of the reasons why I wanted to test Scavenging Ooze again. I think they're quite similar, though not the same. I think the Vandal here is just like to hit the ley line or whatever they have. Uh, and when I say ley line, I'm talking about ley line of sanctity. But oh yeah, Hearst being found off once I think is good. It's also sorry not Hearst. Endurance being found off once I think is like relevant. So is glimpse chains. So is what is it called? The cradle tricks that you can do with it, right? Evoking it. I think this is a mole. This is a keep, but I think they might just mold to Leyline Sanctity, which is awkward for us. Leyline of Sanctity. Never thought I'd be that would be a card that would be good against me. I would always think it's good for me, as in I want to play it. I think here we're probably just gonna bottom that. Let's see if they have a ley line. Yep, they have two. All right. Well, we will go ahead and play this then. Awkward. Did they mole? Looks like they did not. Yeah, I mean this matchup, I don't think it's winnable, especially when they have this kind of hard hate against us. Oops, that was a mistake. I meant to click on the sorry, the shepherd instead of playing the land, but I think that's fine. We're just dead anyways, to be honest. There is some merit if you think your opponent's gonna mold to Leyline Sanctity, to just keep what is it called? A hand that is slower that has Collector Oof. So I think we can do that. Yeah, it's really sad for sure. I know, right? Maybe I should leave Ingress. That's pretty funny if we do. I don't expect to beat this matchup. I have like actually recently. I actually beat Punishing Waterfalls in this matchup recently, but I think the problem is now they know how I board, or what hands I can keep. Was that their second spell? I don't remember. Yeah, it was. Okay, so we're just dead here. I kind of want to review the first hand that we mulled away, but this is not winnable. Well, I take that back. I did beat them in the most recent. That's how I knew they were on. Oops. So let's see. I'm not too concerned about this to be honest, but I just kind of accept. The thing is, well, kill with discard is a winnable game. I think the only way we escape there is if we have the collector oof. But again, we're just guessing, right? Yeah, we can't trigger this like really. There's ways to do it, but it's not easy. Um, we have to evoke the endurance, for instance. Yeah, I think that I'm okay with that. That's okay. I don't really expect it, to be honest, like to run into that deck in a bigger setting too. So um, usually they get cannibalized by the blue red decks, if anything. So the thing is, like, I think the sideboard is actually for a non-blue deck pretty good against combo. Like you have seven at least anti-combo cards, sometimes eight. Like because I only this is like respect to Moon Stompy. This is usually another discard spell, but I do think the Moon Stompy matchup is not particularly. It's winnable, but I'd rather not play against it. And if I do, I guess I should have one bullet because it's quite popular at the moment. I think this is fine. Sure, sure. Force of Vigor is actually very good. Um, the only thing is it can be a little bit of high variance. Like sometimes they just have like a three ball into a like Rabble Master or something, and it's not particularly great against those kind of hands. So notably, the other card that could be in the Mass Vandal slot. For sure, Duke, for sure. The other slot that could be in the Mass Vandal slot is typically Caracas. Would be relevant here, but I mean, can't have it all, right? Quite the start for our opponent, though. Oof, that's annoying. I wonder if we let them wasteland us. Um, I think it is, Eli. And to me, I played against the Moonstompy Lex over the years a lot. The difference between 3 and 4 mana is like a million, from my experience. It feels like the fourth mana is quite hard actually to get to through either a chalice or a three ball lock. I think we want to do this. We'll just play out the fetch and not give them. Yeah, yeah. So that's in the context of Green Sun is what I mean, right? Like I'm usually when I'm thinking about silver bullets. Obviously, if it's like a natural order target, it doesn't matter the cost. Like I don't care if Progenitus is uncastable versus an Archon, right? Archon is like a little bit better, I guess, but you're right, exactly. If you have 4 mana, there's decent chance you have NO. Oh god. We shields down, but I can't really. Ugh. Well, that's unfortunate. We're just dead. So I actually screw. Well, sort of, right? Like I played around the wasteland there, and then I didn't expect. Well, I guess I could expect the Marilade, but um, probably. Oh, what the heck? All right, I need a log back in. I don't know what's going on here. I guess it's Moto being Moto, right? Yeah, I mean, I know people feel like I always have the natural order. I don't, but yeah, big difference between 3 and 4 mana. Like through a wait, what just happened? Oh, okay, there we go. Through a Trinisphere or Chalice lock. The other thing is like I'm not in love to be honest with the fourth Shepherd because there are some players who will aggressively just force whatever you do turn one. It's like obnoxious gameplay to be honest. If I'm being honest. Uh, but nothing we can really do around. Okay, so this is the prime matchup for Snuff Out, right? It's just absolutely insane this matchup. And I think we can probably cut. Um, the bog as an extra land is like not bad. I don't love the. I think the oof is probably better than the shepherd. To be fair as well. I think the rest is probably okay. Vandal can do things in this matchup, but I'm probably not bringing that in. Yeah, I mean to be fair, one is one mana, the other one is free, right? But no, I definitely agree with the obnoxious gameplay portion, right? Like that's very fair. I will keep, I think. Not great, but it's not like I try to keep most hands to be honest. This hand, obviously the weakest card, well besides the hoof, is the shepherd. So I'm gonna lead with it. We have like a turn three glimpse. We can't just mold to like reclaimer or mold to snuff out or anything like that. So um, we do have a thought cast if we want it. I'm not sure that is worth it though. So I'm setting up for a bigger turn three glimpse here. I think they kept the turn three merit lage based on their mana based configuration. Like they probably have either crop rotation or a depths in hand. All right, now we have to go off. Oops, cancel. All right, kind of regret doing that. The good thing is we kind of undid ourselves here. I'll show you what I mean. Um, I think we just want to thin, right? So for those of you who doubt whether you can still glimpse for a lot in this version, this is an example of this happening, right? We need to find the magic card though, which is Cradle. Speak and you shall receive. Most notably, this was possible because of the second Birchlaw Rangers, right? Obviously, we don't know if that's what we would have gotten, but I think we can. Yeah, quite the hand here. Yeah, I know a lot of people say, oh, you can only draw two, three cards with glimpse. Absolutely not true. It's just that people are not used to. Ooh, okay. Uh, they're making the scare. Well, I guess that's probably correct, right? Given what we have. Um, I think in this situation, okay, we just find the Boseiju now. That's pretty nice. Questing beast. There you go. I think we are in a very good spot. It's like a matter of if, not when. Sorry, it's a matter of when, not if. I misspoke. Uh, so how many of these have we used? We have one more. I think the next step here is, well, we gotta play the Cradle for sure. Well, actually, not yet. Here's what I'm gonna do. I have one more Cradle activation. Sorry, one more Waterwood activation is what I meant to say. $31 cards deep. Here, because we have 3 Waterwoods, I'm gonna tutor for actually Visionary. Just hope they don't get end of turn depth into Chasm. So here's another Visionary. Alright. That was not what we wanted, but now we can dig for the last Waterwood, I guess. One, two. We can also dig for the. Let me think. They could have black. I'm trying to think how we lose this game from here. 14 mana. We can dig here with the ones. See if that does it. We found the Visionary. That's kind of nice. We don't want to shuffle because we haven't seen the Boseiju just yet. It's unfortunate though because we can't kill this turn. I think what we can do is we can just. Yeah, exactly, Eli. We have the Collector Oof in the deck. I think what I'm gonna want to do is tutor for that, and then in case they like Blast Zone or something. I'm gonna go ahead and get a Progenitus. And then now I can pass the turn. Probably the fetch is fine. I'm pretty sure this game is locked. It's just a matter of we have 26 cards to find one of the 2 Boseijus, and we have at least 10 draws. Yeah, I'll just. Actually, I'm doing this sloppily. Technically speaking, I can like thin the deck some, right? Actually, let me undo this. So technically, I have 1 mana here, right? We bought a bunch of guard. Don't we want to shuffle? We did, but then we also tutored for the Progenitus, right? So that already shuffled, Eli. Oops, cancel. But you are right otherwise. It's good. I hedged against Blast Zone. And I don't know if they like I wanted to keep them off of what could possibly cost us the game, right? And I'm thinking like Mox Diamond into Blast Zone is like one way. But I think they're I mean we have like 10 draws here. All right, there it is. All right, if we kill this right now, I don't think there's a way they can like copy it. No chance. There is no chance. They could crop, but I don't think they have a second one, right? Like how is that? Oh, I see what you're. Okay, if they crop for Yavimaya here, they can have the Thespian stage copy the Chasm. So I guess maybe we dig for the second one, just in case. Yeah. That's heads up, Dukes. I appreciate that. Oops. Yeah, I mean, it's just no downside, I guess is probably the best way I can think of it. And we're not gonna deck ourselves either. Actually, this digs 5 here, right? I guess I just keep the heritage. N- uh, cancel. All right, now we have 2. Actually, let's do this. Let's see if they trap first. Undo. Yeah, I really don't understand the keep here. A hand that does nothing until turn 3 on the draw. Seems what's the word? What's the word out? There's a word I was gonna use. Seems criminal. How we board it, I think, is probably fine. Like, I don't love oof, but it's probably got some nice upside to it. Yeah, I could have. I mean, they probably. I mean, I don't know if these lists run Lineberg Trap or not. They sometimes do. Uh, I think I've mentioned it a few times before. I like to. The way I play is I like to make my opponent think Mindbreak Trap is good against me. So I'll often try to run it in, but while still securing the game, because Mindbreak Trap tends to be good against the decks I actually care about. For instance, what I mean by that is like Mindbreak Trap is very good against like the TES or like the Epic Gamble, Ruby Storm kind of decks. And I would prefer people still run Mindbreak Trap because it's good against those decks, but not great against me. It's like it's good if the person is sloppy, is what happens. You like ooze, interesting. That is a good point about the excavator, which is a problem card if they assemble that with Nine of the Rail card. That's a nice suggestion. I think I like it enough to try it, to be honest. Probably over the oof. So also, as you can tell, I have not played this card in quite a while, so uh, I think that's reasonable. On the draw, I think I know I mentioned I don't like keeping mulling. I think I'm only gonna keep. Also, nice to have a way to get. Sure, that's fair, dudes. I think I'm only keeping. Man, this hand feels so bad. I think I'm gonna keep, but only because it's double cradle and can actually get to cradle. Hey Jay Z, how's it going? So for those who don't know, I will often consult the evil genius minds of Jonathan Zhang or Jax because I have to get into the minds of a turn one combination player, right? To know A, how to beat them, and B, to see if we can utilize some of their tactics in a good way. So what I mean by that is occasionally speed kills, and what I mean by that is, oops, I guess Arbor is our only choice. It's nice to be fast, and there is definitely merits to that. Looks like a knight is coming. Ugh. My least probably the scariest card in the deck. I think here. I think I'm gonna run this out and then run out the Cradle. It's protected by the Reclaimer right now. Ooh. Okay, I guess. So the interesting thing here is they don't have a forest too. Yeah, I mean, what? I think they're gonna go for it regardless. Hey, Mike, how's it going? All right, we are just dead. So the interesting thing is, if we had the Caracas in the deck, they get blown out here, right? Yeah, I know, right? We used to run Caracas, but I mean, this is kind of a gutsy play to be honest. But it is what it is. I guess we're just dead. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're playing around. Well, unfortunate, but it feels like I've been cheated, right? Like it's like Caracas could very conceivably might be in my deck, and I just happen to not play it. But that's fair about it being at a relative low across the board because I don't know how good Meryl Age is in general at the moment, but I think I saw Ali post like he's not a fan of it right now in at least lands. But actually, we're 0-2. I do not want to be in the 0-2 bracket. The question is, do I have any more play points? I am low, I know, at the moment. Let me just check. Do I have play points? I do not. Well, I could use tickets, but okay, we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. Thank you for the follow, Makanat. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like, especially for us, like we don't have crop rotation, so essentially your opponent would have to like walk into it, or we have to like draw into it with glimpse, or find it off of Once Upon a Time. While I have done that in the past, it's definitely not ideal. So not the best start from us. I know, right? I definitely want to just punish some blue players right now. If nothing else, just to test, because really I'm testing Scavengers for the blue-red matchup, and it pains me to say this, but I think they have the upper hand currently in the matchup. I know I have. Ew. Yeah, I actually lost my 5-0. What did I lose it to? I just lost the randomest things. Besides Ironclaw 2016, right? My nemesis. Darn those Belcher players. Here I think one card is significantly more powerful than the rest. When in doubt, just take this. I have blind taken this without even looking at the cards. I know if Eli's still around. I think Eli's still there in chat, but I know Eli will board in like a Magus or a Blood Moon against the Reclaimer build, just because even if it doesn't necessarily stop us the way it stops like a Lance player or a Post player, shutting off your opponent's best card is still pretty good. I actually think I have a good Reanimator matchup. I like my win rate against Reanimator is actually quite high. I lose to the randomest things, to be honest. What I mean by that is like for instance, Belcher Ironclaw 2016 is always on that. Okay. I think they're forcing here because they cannot allow this Reclaimer to untap. This is like a Dread Horde against them, right? Like, if I untap with this, it's probably game over. Hey, Romari, how's it going? I know, I mentioned this before. I know a lot of people frame the deck building question as, oh, Reclaimer versus Nettle Sentinel. It's not quite that to me, and the reason being is because I don't think it's like either or, right? It's like, to me, it's like, do you want to play the best? In my opinion, I know Duke's posted this earlier. Do you want to play the best creature in Legacy? But if you don't want to say that's the case because of Murktide Region or DRC or whatever, Goblin Lackey, for instance, uh, at minimum, it's the best creature in the deck. Hey, Wally, how's it going? All right. We will see. Ideally, we get a 1-drop elf here so that we can cast our natural order. Oof. All right. Interesting. To be fair, we are still short, and I'm not gonna run the crate. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna run the cradle out. In case they have a wasteland. Well, I guess if they waste, they probably waste the arbor as well. Um, so why not? I know. We just have to fade a wasteland here, unfortunately. The other thing it does here is like, if we draw a land, it plays around days. Or if you draw a creature, especially, it plays around days. But I guess if you draw a creature, it's the same, right? You can just play the cradle the next turn. Oh my god. Oh my god, they went after the arbor. That is unexpected. Yeah, that's pretty gross. What's going on here? It's kind of insane. Yeah, we are getting punished now. It's kind of insane that they had 2 Force of Wills there. And then we're just drawing cold here. Oh, okay. I thought they were an iteration again. Honestly, I felt like we were in a good spot. I did not expect the second Force. Especially on our Waterwood. Jesus. Like, this is what I mean that is the frustrating gameplay. Sometimes I feel my opponent is just casting spells at random. With, like, no thought behind their plays. And then getting rewarded, actually, for it. Obviously, it's different if you're playing against, like, a Stefan or... Oh, my God. Or, like, a... Yeah, exactly, right. We're gonna die with these cards in our hand. Jesus. Yeah, that's the frustrating part for sure, Eli. Like, they're just casting spells at random. I don't think we have an out here. Actually, I take that. Well, no, we don't. Because we cut the endurance. We have to do it the hard way and win 2 on the draw here. Sorry, 2 post-board games. Oh my god, we just drew cold. I think we were on the draw, right? No, we were on the play. And somehow we just felt like we just... These are the hands, actually, that are the hardest to beat, where they just don't cast any cantrips. Hi, High Star. But they didn't really cast cantrips. Like, they're just, like, blindly fouling cards there. Abrupt Decay is nowhere near playable. High Star 131337. Assassin Trophy was reasonable, and I would play maybe 1. But I don't think Decay is remotely playable, like, and has not been for a very long time. Actually, ever since, in my opinion, Abrupt Decay has not been playable really since Murktide region got printed, or even maybe even before when the Whale was the best Delver threat. It's just like at the time I was still holding on to the past, and I finally gave up for that, right? Yeah, Prismatic Ending is the other reason why Decay is like nowhere near playable. All right, it's gonna be difficult because we're gonna have to win a game likely where they have end of festivities, and especially if we're on the draw that game, it's gonna be very difficult. But you know, never say never. To quote the great Justin Bieber. Yeah. Yeah, I would not be caught dead with Abrupt Decay at the moment. Trophy, I would consider playing, but I would not play Abrupt Decay. This is like pretty good, to be honest. Actually, this rewards us for the deck decision we made, right? In that we chose the split. Our opponent looks like the type to be just casting spells. They're mulligan a 5, so it just seems like they're playing Delver like a combo deck, which argument to be made, maybe it kind of is at the moment. Here I think we just slam. We're just gonna curve out, right? We're gonna go. Ideally, they're gonna kill this. Presumably, we're gonna go into Visionary, and then we're gonna slam Endurance, and then turn 4 ooze like boom, boom, boom. But that's the thing, right? Like we have to figure out like they will have those hands, and unfortunately, I ran cold a little bit there, but um, I think here we're gonna play the Cradle. We're gonna run out the Visionary, see if they force. They don't. Um, Play the Wirewood, and then rerun out the Visionary. If they waste us, we've already netted mana. That's the disgusting part about Cradle. Like I don't even feel bad for running it out because I've already gained mana off of it, right? Yeah, yeah. Murktide. I think I wouldn't have as much of an issue with Murktide if iteration didn't exist. But the problem is, okay, this is an interesting decision to make. If they, I think we still bounce here. There's an argument to be made to leave this on board for mana. Actually, I think I like that. I feel like they have a wasteland. Yep. I don't know why they are not going after our. No, I'm not blocking. Our Cradle. Like this, is the disrespect is gonna cost them the game here. Uh, so I think here, if we go Glimpse 1, Heritage draw a card, we can actually Endurance pitch as well. Arcana, yeah, let's do that. Let's see what they do. This also rewards us if we draw a creature. Hmm. We get. So I think I'm gonna try to combo out here. This gives us extra mana, right? All right, there we go. That's why I made the play I did because I want to be able to make this glimpse harder than normal. Hopefully that makes sense. And our opponent is gonna regret the day they disrespected Gaia's Cradle like that. Here, I think I'm gonna make the safe play and get the endurance on board. Yeah, because I don't want to whiff. That's okay. I don't want to whiff and then they end the festivities here and I just have nothing to show for it. At least this way, I still have the endurance on board, and I mean, we flooded out hard, but that's okay. In all honesty, I think the game is likely over. Exactly, Eli. That's exactly what I was saying. Like it kind of like does what I want, right? So the evoke. So this is what I mean, right? Like I think within the context of elves, endurance. I like. Don't get me wrong. I was like pretty stoked to try Hearst out. After seeing Eli. Like shout out to Eli for sure. And Daniel for running Hearst in the showcase, and I was pretty. And even the week before with the Moon Stompy list. Shout out to John Ryan Hamilton too. But I was excited to try it out, but I suspect for sure endurance is better because of the implications against combo too. Hers as a combo anti-combo card, kind of medium, right? Like you're probably gonna need something else to bridge you to turn two, whereas endurance is turn zero hate against Doomsday, against Graveyard, against whatever, right? And you get the tricks with right, that too, right? You have the tricks with Cradle. You have the tricks with well, even with Hearst, I would still run at least one, probably two endurances for what it's worth corridor. And I think the list is fine. Um, could this be the redemption arc that we're looking for in this league? Right? We're 0-2, but again, this is really for testing purposes. What did we lose to? We lost to Oops. I don't really think I care about that at all. And who was the other loss to? This is like a mole already because it's a slower hand. I think this is good. And the more lands, the better, I think. As crazy as it sounds, I kind of want to put the greens, the snuff out back. Argument to be made to put the Cradle back, maybe? This just seems wrong. Or the Shepherd back. Ugh. Punished. I actually want to keep the Reclaimer. I want them to bolt this. This is like horrible sequencing, I think, from our opponent. Like, they should be doing it off the Volcanic. It leaves them the option to play Waste or to just fetch and shuffle away too, right? Yeah. The problem is we don't have the punish, right? Like, unfortunately, I fully expected them to kill the Shepherd, but now we get punished a little bit because we don't have the play to. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Man, we're a little bit short though. We can't actually get the. We can't actually green sun for endurance this turn. We're short. Might be a Murktide here. Not the end of the world if it is. No. Pod racing. It could be an end. Looks like it's Murktide though. Yeah. This is obnoxious. We have the answer to the Murktide. Unfortunately, we're gonna be down a Gris. Gotta do what we gotta do, right? Feels real bad, but we have to do it. That's okay. Actually, we might stabilize. We need them to not do anything else. Like we need to dodge for this turn. Like no iteration or like or no second Murktide. We need to cross our fingers here. Thank goodness. All right. I think we're gonna stabilize. The question here is, do I want to trade the Shepherd or not? For the DRC, let me think about that. I feel like we don't care. Well, DRC, I think the problem with DRC is like it can dig them into another one, right? Like if they want to block, like be my guest. Oh, I'm blogging all day. I am blogging all day. I think they just potentially cost them the game. Is it time to bash? Might be. Sure. Interesting play. It's 4/4 Murktide. I think that's okay. The clock is the same at the moment. Nine is relevant because of the damage, right? It's 2 hits. Might be a ball in their hand though. That's what I'm afraid of. Cage is actually annoying at the moment. Oh my god. We need a shepherd right here off the top. That would... Oh my god. That is backbreaking. Very frustrating for sure. Well, that... Wow, okay, they're giving us a chance. It's gotta be Cradle, and hope we get whatever right here. I know, this is just so infuriating, what we just played against right now. I think we have to bash with all and see what they do. At minimum, it's these two. If they block... Alright, if they block the... I think so too. I also think that's correct, and that's why they didn't attack. I think losing this was kind of aggravating. Like, it's not, their hand was like very good, but it's the scary thing is that it's not uncommon for them to do that too. You see, we have to at least bluff that we could have endurance. Yep. Man. Oh, painful. I'm just thinking. there was anything really we could have done differently about this game, uh, thank you for the follow, Alien, I guess. Like, let me look at the log. Actually, we can quickly review this game, I guess. Not a great lead for us right now, obviously. I think losing game one sucks for us. Yeah, for sure, Eli. Let's see. I think okay. We have 2 turns to find a second land. But the problem is the glimpses are like kind of dead, right? Like, I think I'm okay mulling this hand. I think argument to be made to keep the snuff out, but this one's kind of hard, right? Like, if I keep the snuff out, I obviously have to keep the fetch, which means that I am potentially opening myself up to I'm potentially opening myself up to wasteland, and then it could be, yeah. No, but that's the thing, right? Monkey was not good against like tribal decks. No, I did keep this hand. It's just like I put back the snuff out. It's just like if you draw the second one is really bad. Is the logic, but I like the acceleration in this hand. If I do put a card back, it probably would be the Birch Lore here. But they went turn one DRC and then yeah. Argument to be made to put the Cradle, to be honest, but we're not gonna. We didn't know we are gonna draw another one. I actually think Alien that Delver actually has a very good player base for what it's worth. I actually think the majority of pilots are pretty good, better than the average non-Delver player. So that's the other thing, right? I actually did not think they were gonna leave this alone. It's like weird the way they played against us, and they had turn 3 Murktide. Jesus. Actually, on this board state, yeah, we'd be going down 10. I think we have to kill the Murktide. Thank you for the follow, XT3XX. Like this is like the way they built it. Like I think they have like probably 4 baubles and just playing like a combo deck, right? Which is like pretty disgusting. Here, I think it's probably correct to trade. Like I don't, I like that too. This is probably what killed us here, drawing that card. The submerge is pretty nasty too. And then here, I actually thought we were in a good spot. And then unfortunately drew the green sun. When we blew the Boseiju earlier already. Oh my god. The iteration is what I think lost us the game here. Or what won them the game. Oops. And I think here they're just thinking how they lose the game, which is just if we find that Did you have to spend the Passagier the turn you got bogged? I didn't, but what happened was I knew I was gonna play the Cradle at some point, so I wanted to play the to have another land drop. Like it's super important to hit land drops in this matchup. But great question. Also, like a lot of people don't even play Cage. Is the other reason. There's an argument to be made to hold it, but hard to say. Like I think if we held it, we would have been able to get endurance. We hit the cage and then green sun for endurance, or green sun for shepherd to close out. But but yeah, it's something interesting to think about for sure. Yep. All right, back to the drawing board. We're 0 and 3 now. Is it worth continuing? We'll just see. Maybe we can get back the pity play points, right? I think I might want the second ooze, given how that played out, and the first ooze in the main deck. So as of right now, here's what I'm thinking about the next league. Cut that. I think where is it? I think like that is what I'm leaning at, based on how this just played out. Definitely feels bad to lose to Delver. I beat it with actually this configuration twice last night. But I decided for today's league to play the fourth shepherd to see how I like it. Actually, this was the configuration last night. But I actually think the ooze main is probably better. But I wanted to see if how this would. Thanks, Eli, and congrats again on your awesome finish. Appreciate you hanging out here. All right, we are 0 and 3. Definitely not the way I envisioned this stream going, but uh, I think that is okay. Let me see. So we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards to bring in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We lost to a green white depths player, but I'm just not gonna play the Caracas still, because I just don't think the deck is like well positioned. Especially with Moonstomping being very good at the moment, I just don't think Merit Lage is where you want to be, personally. Obviously, it's just one slot, but I think in general, your opponent's not gonna allow you to Caracas the Merit Lage. Our opponent just happened to have. All right. Let's see if we can rebound here into some pity play points. Keep. I think in this board state. Wait, what? Oh shoot! I thought I was going first. That was a mistake. Hmm. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, that was a mistake by me. I thought I was going first. That's what I once upon a time. I think they're on show and tell. If you're on storm, you don't play the pedals out like that. Yeah. Hmm. I think he put in the progenitus. We're probably just dead, to be honest, but we'll see. Ooh, all right. Is there a way out here? I do not believe so. I'm just gonna concede. In the interest of time. Alright. I actually don't think Trap is great in this matchup, but it's probably worth it to try. Vandal, I'm not a fan of. We're not gonna have anything in the yard. Oof, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of. And then from here, I actually think we board out the glimpses now because I want to be able to just Besage their thing and then have as many visionaries as I can. Oops, I need to get that out. Might be too late though. Oops. Hopefully we don't draw it. This hand is quite slow. Well, we drew that on accident, so unfortunate. That would have been another Wirewood, which would make this hand a lot better. The good thing is, I guess it doesn't matter here. I don't think we can go. Well, this hand's like not good, so I'm gonna mulligan. Mulligan, get it? Oh my god. I don't think we can go lower than this. Not our day. This is one of the dangers though when I trim a duress, for instance. So maybe because of this, maybe it depends if we want to respect combo or not, right? Like that's what it really comes down to. Definitely a bummer. The funny thing is, the minute I take out the Vandal, I'm sure we're gonna run into Moonstompy. In a similar vein, how we cut the Caracas and we ran into the Depths player here. So I think here we'll just run it. If they have days, so be it. I think we have to play more aggressively because we're behind, so we can draw a Cradle. Yeah, I believe in luck. I ran it. I ran into Moonstompy a lot yesterday night, so I definitely believe it. We get the 1 point of damage in here, I believe. Vandal's also high variance, whereas like you know your thank you for the follow, typical Chaz. Whereas you know the the discard spell is gonna be relevant against like decks like this. Unfortunately, the Mortal Warrior, but I think maybe that's just the lesson, right? Like, I'm a big fan of discard, and I think before the rise of Moon Stompy, there's a reason why Ant had been doing well, and I think discard is actually, excuse me, very underrated at the moment. Like Veil of Summer is probably I don't know about all time low, but pretty low at the moment. Ooh, that is a good pickup if they nice. It'd be funny if they daze, not seeing the onboard trick. All right. So maybe we're in the game here. They haven't killed us yet. They obviously don't have another land because why would they play the tomb here? It could be sneak attack, I guess, but I wouldn't. Nice. It was perfectly set up too because they thought we had a visionary in hand. Imagine if they bolt this. That would be a plot twist for sure. Nice. Okay. I think on this board state, what I want to do is pitch the land. What this does too is allows me to put in Cradle if they show and tell, and then we can hit their either Omniscience or Sneak Attack. Obviously, if they have extra mana, that's not gonna work, but it will allow us to potentially hit the Omniscience. Sneak Attack. We need a naked Sneak Attack here and just pass the turn. Nice. All right. So I think what's gonna happen here is we have 3 mana, 4 mana. Sorry, 4 mana, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can cast a hoof. I feel like that's too dangerous, and I think I'm just gonna play it safe. We lose to a daze, right? I think we'll do this first before anything else. Actually, cancel. We definitely play the Cradle. Oops. Nice. All right. We gotta win one more though. That was on a mode of 4, which was kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. We can get this out of the deck. I think, given our hand, this is probably fine. This can be live, but it's like they have to have the pyroclasm or something. Or a daze on one of our creatures. It's like kind of hard, to be honest. We can also set it up with, well, like we can set it up with Sagging Arbor, but I don't think it's that easy to set up. I think we can hopefully do better than this. They're gonna think twice about just showing telling randomly. Okay, this is significantly better. In these kind of matchups, especially like either A plus B or like spell based combo, I typically think discard is the most powerful thing you can do besides permission. Chalice is nice, but then you kind of need two things, right? You need the chalice and the soul land. Whereas this is a little bit more consistent. And also, chalice doesn't stop like show and tell per se. Also, I just remembered. Couple of things. Here's my socials. Also, some cool articles came out just today, actually. I got featured on the Epic Storm, so I'll go ahead and post that right now. With regards to that. Oops, why? Wrong one. It is here, Through the Looking Glass. So here is the article that just came out today. For those of you who are, oh my god, interesting. Well, that is awkward. I guess I'll take their one show and tell. Sure. I don't think we're beating the hand no matter what we've played. Unless we're playing like Humility or something. Yikes. Karankas would be pretty good here, but I actually don't think Karankas saves us against Sneak and Show. Like I've had it happen where it does, but a lot of times what can happen is if they have it early, they can get they can draw 14 for instance, and then still put a sneak attack in, which beats a Karankas. Ooh, this is so close. Painfully close, actually. Odds are we're just dead here though. They're gonna 22 us here with presumably a sneak attack Emrakul after having drawn that many cards. Show and tell omniscience is another possibility, but I think more likely the sneak attack here into Emrakul and win. That looks like what's happening. Alright, we're dead. Brutal league, to be honest. I don't think we could have done anything about that hand. Game one, we didn't know what they were on. Also, you typically will lose game one to sneak attack. Um, Kind of a brutal league. So we lost 1-2 the last couple of matches. There's really nothing to play for here. So I'll drop. I'll go ahead and make the changes though to the deck that we had discussed. I do think we probably want another discard spell. And at the expense of that. And then maybe we live with it against Moonstomping where we don't have the Mass Vandal. I think this is like reasonable. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The problem is I don't want to be cold to D&T or creature decks as well, which is why the snuff outs are there. Like otherwise, like against D&T, for instance, you have the bog you want to board out, and presumably the ooze too. So you want at least 2 cards you can bring in, right? And this is like flexible. Now you can bring in a lot of matchups, and while being a haymaker against D&T and the like. Also good against Delver, which is relevant for sideboarding mapping. The tough part is like I think from a metagames perspective, we're the deck that wants to still be combo. I know some of the for instance, I'll put out an example. I know some lands players will, for instance, accept losing a combo, especially on the 8 modes version. So I think from a metagame standpoint, we do want to still be combo because otherwise we just become worse position than lands, for instance. Um, with that said, I think this is what I want to try for the next league. Notably, the change to the second ooze in the main. Also, another duress because I just feel like we need to hit discard early. We would have lost anyways to that game 3, but game 2 we didn't want to move to 4, for instance, even though we won the game. With that said, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break and be back in 2-3 minutes and get some water. Alright, I am back. Oops, water. Alright, we will run it back with the changes we just described. Hopefully that will change our success here. I am notably out of tickets. I'm sorry, not tickets, play points, which is crazy to think about it because at one point, not too long, well, actually, not that bad. I guess I was at like 600-ish for a while, and then was experimenting a lot of leagues, so naturally dropped out. I also tend to drop early if I like start 0-2, for instance, instead of trying to. I think a couple last stream or 2 streams ago, whatever it was, I will drop at 0-2 only because I don't want to be in the 0-2 bracket, for instance. Because you start running into decks I don't. I mean, I care more about my time, right? Like, I don't want to pair into something that is potentially in the 0-2 bracket as well, for instance. Time is money. So. Alright, let's see how it goes here. Can we redeem ourselves after that 0-4 lead? Which I think that's a first. I don't think I've ever had it. Well, usually I just drop after 0-2, but that's the first we've gone 0-4 in league. That's a mole. Our hands have not been great, admittedly. Ideally, this natural order here is a Cradle. The rest of the hand is fine. I think the ideal scenario here is we stick the Arbor, and then that doesn't get swords or plow or whatever. Galatrist is usually on like depths variants, but they could be on like miracles. I've seen them play multiple things. And then we really want to hit a land drop here. The problem is I could not afford to go to 5, right? Like, this is like a speculative 6, but I think it's just too bad to go to 5. It's good that they led with Trop, though. Trop tells me they're probably on some kind of like band control deck. Actually, they could be technically on. I know they do play from time to time Alurin. That's like a thing, maybe. So we'll see how it goes. We need a land here badly, though. That's what the doctor ordered. I think here we can morph, actually. Oops. Are we one short? Get the free point of damage in. Force drew out the Ponder, which is fine. 1 mana him, still pretty good. Ideally, we want either a fetch land or a 1-drop because then natural order is lethal. They may suspect we have natural order in hand too, given we just played everything out. Infect, which is interesting. Um, I think they got ahead of themselves here. Personally, like you're supposed to not play the land first, because that leaves as many options open as possible. Um, that's pretty good. So here it's lethal. For those who don't know, there are certain numbers, and I know this is 19, right? Without having to think about it. All right. This is where Snuff Out is probably at its best. Oops, I do not want that. Endurance is good to block their flyers. I don't think I want discard. Like it's tempo negative, and they're kind of like a tempo deck. I've learned I've come around on like against creature combo. I don't really want discard. I think falling behind on tempo is just too big. Especially when they have the grindier hands with like Noble Hierarch. It just feels silly to take their pump spells when they have like these soft pumps, so to speak. I've also died a lot to like Cephalid Breakfast, where I discarded away their combo piece only for them to draw another redundant one. Um, so that can happen. I think I keep this hand. The Beseiju is quite good against Inkmoth if they go for it. Also, you have a acceleration, and the deck top decks well. So I think it's a speculative keep. Obviously, a home run would be like a snuff out, right? But I think this is like good enough to keep. They don't always have a kill, and if they do, you just live with it, right? Sure, it's a good start from them. Again, the aggressive. I'm gonna blind force whatever you do. I just do not like that gameplay. It kind of makes me want to cut more shepherds, to be honest. If people are gonna play, like that. Ooh, that is quite the card there. So we're gonna go for the full blowout here. We're gonna let it go. If they pump, we snuff. Target creature can't be. All right. So if that resolves, we can't snuff out anyway. So we have to do it now. Yo, 2 for 1. Um. Hey Sager, how's it going? This is our second league. We are currently up a game here in our second league. We went 0-4 in our first league, so very rough first league. Um, I think we also adjusted the deck a little bit, so hopefully that. Oops, oh, my misclick. Did not matter, luckily. This is an absolute ace in the matchup. Pretty much like the Phoenix Suns. I mean, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, Sadra. Well, actually, I take that back. At least our games were close. We lost. We went 0-4, but in our defense, at least three of those matches were 1-2. But yeah, I watched that Phoenix Suns game in quotations last night, and you better believe there's going to be a change done. It's not that they lost; it's how they lost, and I do not believe DeAndre Ayton will be back with that team. Um, Also, who knows what's going to happen with their owner? There's an investigation going on with him at the moment too. So, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, I'll go over since you're here, Sadra. The differences between what we ran in the previous league and here. The big thing tonight is we're running the scavenging ooze again just to see. Also, in the previous league we had the fourth shepherd. I think I like the ooze second ooze better. And then I added back another discard. We felt naked against combo. This person is. I feel like I played against them the other night. I believe they're on Ant, but I don't remember. I would keep this regardless. We have a turn 3 natural order. That's like all you can ask for in general. The hand I would keep under I think most situations. I think we're gonna play as if we don't know what they're on. So I'm gonna leave it at the fetch and then Green Sun for 0. But which else? Oh, also the Sager. The big thing that we changed was, I personally believe it's very good for Progenitors to be in the main deck at the moment. So if it's Underground Sea, it's probably Ant. So it is. I mean, there it is, right? Dark Ritual turn 1. Especially since, like, Hello Newton is a non-Force of Will player, so. Sometimes there's overlap too. Your team can also be the type or the one that sets it back a decade, right? Interesting that they went for duress. Seems surprising. I think it's actually fine. The problem, what happened, that's got to be a mess up by them. There's just no way that's correct. What they did that right now just seems wrong. I don't think. Better lucky than good. I want to play around a daze because you never know. I've had Ant players just daze me out of nowhere. Also, it allows me to bash harder next turn. Obviously, like, if we draw a natural order, we get punished, but I think I'm okay with that. How many alts do I have at this point? Why would you ask such a thing, Repo Cheat? Of course I don't have any. Oh, okay, sure, that's fair. To be honest, what I've realized, Repo that playing in leagues with this account actually is actually desirable because I actually get better practice. What I mean by that is like I think versus like a Hello Newton, I probably get better practice than if when I'm on like an unknown account, for instance, right? And they just think I'm a random Birds of Paradise character. So I've actually come to embrace just playing on this Hello Newton account because the practice is better for what it's worth. But good question though, or good comment, I should say. So here, ooh, that's a good pickup. Um, no splits kill them all for sure. I think we definitely play the ooze. Definitely play the arbor. Playing the symbiote here is good as well. We're not gonna reveal that we actually have ooze activation up. Yes and no, Sadra. Like I think an infect player can probably a good one can probably sniff out when Boseju's um live because most of the decks that play Boseiju tend to be tap out decks too, right? Like they can I would guess that they can sniff it out. Interesting. Yeah, so I suspect we're gonna win this game one now because they just screwed up, right? Like they turn one. Yeah, my opponent just said that's why you don't play right after work. Turn one. Yeah, our opponent said they effed it up. We should be dead. Like they said, they had to turn one ad nauseum, and we should have been dead. Yeah. Doesn't their hexproof effect stop it? What is hexproof in that deck? I don't think they have any, right? Like Agent is unblockable, and then Inkma, like Agent's not even. Oh, you're talking about. You're probably talking about Vines. Sometimes they have to go for it, but they don't always have it, right? Like, but yeah, I actually think a good Impact player can probably beat Boseiju. Like, obviously the game goes late. Like, Boseiju can be good because you just happen to have mana up anyways. But I don't think you can just like not tap out for it. All right, we'll bring in our graveyard. Hey, they probably won't go into the graveyard. I would expect, but you never know. Like, uh, well, to be fair, Elves is very blue. To be fair, Sadra. Elves is secretly a blue deck. I think this is how it works. It kind of feels nice. More than like, I don't know, 12 cards, whatever it is. Obviously, I don't think the endurance and the ooze will matter, but you never know. Sometimes they're going to be priced into going for it. For sure, Repo Cheap. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and give Repo Cheap mod access because you've been here like pretty often when I stream. So I want to reward the what's it called, the consistency, so to speak, right? Especially since elves always preach consistency. So yeah, why not reward it here? Yes, ultimate power. Yeah, for those who just are tuning in, I jokingly tweeted out like we're getting the band back together, right? Like playing Scavenging Ooze again. Looks like they kept. This is like pretty good. Let's see if they go turn one discard. Nope, ponder. We're gonna go turn one Green Sun and then stick the collector with turn two. Uh, there's in my estimation, most amp players will not go through the graveyard anymore because they know about endurance, which is good and bad, right? Like you can't get any blowouts for the most part, or I haven't really had any blowouts. with endurance lately. But on the flip side, them always playing around it can be in our favor as well. I think here we just take the forest and save us a point of damage. I haven't used Trump since check power was there. Thank you for the follow, Agent 56K. Yeah, for those who like my content or want to support me, here are my socials again. So the ooze is taking the Arasa spot. So I'm theory crafting that I think ooze might be able to do a good enough impression of Arasta without the clunkiness and with more applications, right? Oh, we might get the blowout here. We'll see. Never mind. They're missing a second land, maybe? Arasla is the 4-drop legendary spider. I think here we're gonna do it like this. I think it's hashtag card Arasta, Ribochi. No S. There you go. The good thing is we show the collector oof, so from their perspective, maybe that's why. I think here we don't not slam natural order. Yeah. I felt like our opponent was kind of just stumbling there. Like our hand was good, admittedly, but still. It does die to Visager. What a random thing, right? Maybe we can get them to play a teamer and make their deck worse. But yeah, I think if I theory craft it correctly, the problem with Arasa, it really only comes in for 2 matchups, and one of them is like kind of fringe. So it comes in obviously against Delver, and it's like the end game that we want. I know, right? We 0-4 to the other one, and we're 2-0 so far here. It also for elves, it's one of those decks where it really pays to start off, especially in leagues where there's so much nonsense. Um, it pays to start off with a win, right? Because you're in the better bracket with more decks that you actually tune your sideboard, so to speak, to beat. The other deck that Arasa is like okay against is Infect, but that's like more fringe, I think. That's like not that common. Only if you're Fenris Cloud or whatever the username is. Purple Gambit. Why does this name sound familiar? Yes. I mean, I don't know what they're on. This not like seems familiar to me, but I don't know what they're on. Great question, Sadra. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think the days of Leyline may be not over, but at least for now, probably dormant. The reason being is because we just have too many graveyard type effects. And it's not like graveyard decks are like completely dominating or anything. Like I know Oops recently had like a top 8, and then Reanimator like will have one every once in a while. But for the most part, like you won't see a graveyard deck really dominating, events. At least not lately. The only one of note that had consistent success was Lance, but Lance is having a hard time at the moment because not only is Storm very good, Ant, um, but so is Moon Stompy. So that's like 2 different bad things for Lance at the moment. Here we don't need more lands. I think in the dark I want a visionary. I do not again I do not know what they are on. Like this username seems familiar, but I don't know what they're on. I hope they're not on like I don't know, show and tell or something. I think we do it this way. Oh my god, I thought for a second they were gonna stifle me. So now Reclaimer's gonna be a 3/4, and then we're just gonna pass the turn. Yeah, yeah. Moon Stompy has been very good. Yeah, I do not like Leyline against Delver. I always see actually Delver players beating it. So not the best, right? Snowball is just absurd against green decks and absurd against Aether Vial decks too. And we actually played against Infect, which it also is absurd against. I think they are on a control deck, but I could be wrong. Part of me wishes actually that I had fetched the that I had the bat Bayou in hand. I should have actually just fetched the basic or rotated away the Bayou so I have one force to play around in case they like try to back to basics or some nonsense against me. Um, York has cooled off a little bit. I know he was on a nice heater like a few weeks ago where for instance, he had two top 8 challenges in the same weekend. He might just try to get us here. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, so my mistake actually hurting us here. Maybe not as much as I think though, because I would have a second one. Yeah, I realized it immediately too when I saw the Bayou in our hand. But again, I wanted to leave the option of playing another fetch land into Grist if need be. We have 6, 7, 8, 9 power on the board. And if they had Supreme Verdict, they already would have cast it. So maybe this doesn't matter. I know, right? Korean would be pretty sweet here. It has not been for over a year, Agent 56K. Or maybe not a year. Probably more like 9 months. It was last in the deck around like September-ish of last year. Hmm. Snapcaster, perhaps? It's not the end of the world, though. We have, let's see how many creatures in the yard. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, it's a. Oh my god. That is. It is not unbanned mental misstep. We made a small Well, it's like arguable, right? We can keep one. I didn't notice the second value in my hand. Otherwise, I would have kept the basic. Getting severely punished right here because we don't have a second land. We probably will lose anyways, to be honest. I don't think that's the reason why. If we lose this game, that's the reason. But definitely feeling behind here. And this shark is brutal. Killing the insect there is not good for us. What is going on though? Maybe they're disconnected or something. Yeah, for sure. I don't actually think this is the reason why, but it can be, right? Like, why somebody would play back to basics is beyond me, but it's working here for them. I did not expect that to happen, though. That is very brutal. I think we have to get this on board and see. Alright, that's not the end. Uh, in general, I mean, maybe it's good right now. I don't know, but well, there's our second land. Luckily, yeah, for sure. I mean, it could be that. The question here is: do we attack or do we plus? There's an argument to be made. We just take the Narset out. Actually, yeah, I think we're gonna do that. I'm gonna play it safe. The issue is like, do I play around undoing too? Is the other thing, right? Like, I don't want to just lose randomly to undoing. Us showing that we I think we're probably just dead. Yeah, this might have just been the reason why we lost. I don't think so, but in this case, it was kind of. This is shitty to have to play against now. I'm gonna fetch first, in case it matters. Actually, I can't. Oh my god, because the forest is out. Ugh, what am I doing? F. That's a mistake. I not playing the best right now, but I think we probably would have lost anyways. To be fair. What's Grix's flavor text? Yeah, I screwed up, but it's okay. I think we would have lost anyways. Like they curved back to basics into the problem is that this with the token meant we couldn't attack, right? They are taking very long though for some reason. Yeah, but the problem is they have Wandering Emperor too, right? Which is a card I cannot seem to beat. I don't think I've ever beaten that card so far. Every time it's been cast against me. Actually, I take that back. There's like one time maybe I think I beat it, but it's like kind of obnoxious. Yeah. Otherwise, this takes over the game, right? Like it's kind of insane that that token is our demise here. There's an argument to be made to to just plus. Okay, the lost connection. Interesting. Maybe we'll get free win here. So there's an argument to be made to plus. I think that's like reasonable. But the problem is, well, yeah, we could have plus. Well, okay, let me see. This is a 2/2. It'll take two tokens, two counters off. If we plus, we're going. We're, if we plus, we essentially negate this by one every turn. So actually, I think that might have been okay instead of minusing. And then just go wide against the Narset and take that off the board eventually. I don't think it would have mattered because we're kind of locked anyways. But hopefully our opponent just drops and we get a freebie here. Agreed, Sajira. I did not think Wandering Emperor was like when I saw it. I thought, oh, that's kind of cute. It's like a new what is it called? Gideon, right? 4-drop token machine. So I thought maybe some fringe play, but it is getting way more play than I thought, and the flash is just kind of insane. So I am just hoping for a drop here, and then we'll take it given the rough night so far, though. I'm on the redemption arc, right? We 0-4 in the first league, and we're 2-0 in this league so far. So maybe the Magic Gods will give us one here. To be fair, this is probably, I mean, I can't say definitively, but this probably would have been a loss. Game 1 at least. Yeah, dress down in particular is just kind of obscene against not just us but a lot of decks. The fact that it draws a card too, and it's just like, and it's an enchantment, which is like relevant for certain things. Like I used to feel good about Archon against Ant, for instance, and now I'm not saying it's like very bad or anything. I think the matchup is probably a little bit worse than before because if they're on the Grixis version, they have Burning Wish for Void Snare or Consign to Oblivion, or if they are on the green version, they have what's it called either Ave to beat it or Dress Down. I know Cyrus likes and Mike if he's here likes the green version. I don't in the okay, but it was nice of them to print it in the same set as Saga. Which one are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about what's it called? Dress Down, right? That makes sense. Yeah, for sure. I think Dress Down being an answer to Saga is pretty sweet, at least for draft reasons too and whatnot. Um, I know Julian used to talk about how like when he played against Miracles in the past, where his opponent, if for instance they were below 12 minutes after game one, he felt like he only had to win one more game, which is pretty nice to be honest. Uh, I don't. Well, okay, let me think about that. More ridiculous than Empering Wanderer? Yes, I would agree with that. More ridiculous than Dress Down? I'm not so sure about that. To be fair, Agent 56K, I think Shepard is a little bit overrated as a card. Uh, I and other elf players have like trimmed down to 3 copies. The 4 copy is fine, obviously, but like sometimes you play against like Maverick or that's not D&T, right? That's a pretty popular matchup. And drawing it is just the worst. Like it just doesn't do anything, right? Obviously, if you have it like on the play turn 2 and you just vomit your hand, then it's like potentially good, right? If you vomit your hand turn 2, but like it's just really bad against some non-blue decks and non-chalice decks, obviously. Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's an A plus against blue because against control decks in particular, I don't think that's the kind of card that you need to beat like blue control. What I mean by that is I think you can grind out most blue control decks anyways, and the fact that they're playing sweepers is kind of bad for Shepard. Game 1, yes, it's definitely very good, but post board, I actually don't think it's an A plus. It's probably more like a B, in my opinion. A plus probably game 1. I'll give that. Obviously against Chalice, it's like an A plus. Like there's no refuting that. Where it actually really helps elves, in my opinion, is not even the fair blue decks. It's really the Chalice decks and the unfair blue decks. So before your Doomsday opponent will see, okay, I'm playing against Aaron Relentless or Julian 23 or Hello Noon. It's like, oh, okay, I have Dark Ritual, Doomsday, Force of Will, Blue Pitch. They can't possibly win, right? Like there's no way they can win now. And I think that is more obnoxious than Shepard, for instance. That's my 2 cents at least. Like that's where I think Shepard really helped against the I'm gonna kill you with force backup decks. against like Delver, against Blue. Sorry, Control Blue. I think you can beat, especially Control Blue without Shepard. It makes it a little bit easier, but it's like potentially a liability if they play like Plague Engineer or like just random things. Yeah, sometimes. Well, Julian played a lot of. Okay, we got a freebie here. Praise Gristlebrand and the Magic Gods. We would have been down a game, but what's it called? I'll put it this way. Even recently, I've been tempted to actually cut Shepard, like or trim copies because there are just some players who will aggressively force whatever you do as well, and it just feels bad when you have Shepard in hand and they just like force your turn one Green Sun, right? For instance. I don't know. It's not even the Shepard, right? Like Shepard by itself is not gonna even beat that, right? Like, for instance, it's only Shepard plus endurance, for instance, or like let's just say show and tell, right? They they go turn one or turn two show and tell with force backup. Like what? That just feels really bad. I think personally, I think Shepard is. I don't know. I feel it's kind of overrated, but that's me. Like I'll put it this way. I don't believe if you look at my list, you remove all copies, all three. I don't even have four here, right? You remove all three Shepards, and I'm still playing against back control. I do not think I'm losing to the back control player, for instance. Like I just do not think that's what's deciding games. Is it poor gameplay? Sure, I'll give it that. I'll agree with that, but I don't think that's the reason why control players, for instance, if they can't beat elves. I think here we're gonna fetch and thin and into Once Upon a Time. Looks like they are on depths and turbo depths that at that. That makes sense. Might be a yeah, that's what I was guessing. So I think they probably have a turn three. I don't know, like either with depths and hex mage or depths and just like natural whatever three. I think here we're gonna fetch exactly in electable 19. I don't think Shepard, at least post board, is what's scaring control players. There's no world. I'm almost tempted to blindly take the cradle here. Yeah, I would agree with that. In electable 19, that as a control player, you're just scared of the slow bleed, right? Of symbiote plus visionary. I think Shepard is nice, but like there's like ways to beat it. Like it doesn't actually do anything by itself too is the issue. And you walk yourself, especially if you're trying to activate Shepard, you walk yourselves into what is the word I'm looking at? To sweepers. I think I walked this in. Um, I think I would agree with that. It enables a lot of insane stuff. So essentially, if you have the like god hand, so to speak, then yeah, it does a lot. But oh, I do think you're. I think that definitely colors your opinion, Agent 56K, because you don't have removal, right, or sweepers. Like Shepard looks a lot worse when the other deck has sweepers and removal. Obviously, also you play something like High Tide is where Shepard's insane. Okay, I think here we might have to kill through. Let me think. We can play the Shepherd. We can play the Symbiote, and then we bash for. Ooh, we're one short, I think. So they all get +5. Oh my god, we're one short. Mm. Yeah, because if we play the Reclaimer and play the Symbiote, we're gonna be one short. Because what ends up happening here is they're gonna get +5/+5, and then we're gonna attack in with 4 creatures, and they block the hoof, and they're gonna be 18 damage. So yeah, I don't blame you, Agent 56K, for sure. It would be frustrating as well if I were a Doomsday player. I own the deck for what it's worth, but I don't play it too often. Um, I think okay from here. I think I have to play. I'm gonna fetch first to thin. Play the symbiote. Hope to draw 1 drop. This is awkward too because the reason why it's awkward here is because I don't have the Archon or the Endurance in my deck. Otherwise, I could just natural order and then for to buy a turn essentially. Here I have to go for the kill. So maybe this is just. We have to play this at some point, so could be now. I think this might be lethal now. Gotta check. So they would get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're still one short, I believe. No, wait. They all get +8/+8. No, we're one short. Okay, so we have to play that. So now they get +9/+9. All right. I felt like I stole this game. Yeah. Our backs were against the wall. I had to think about what outs I had, and we were one short off lethal with the natural order, but the glimpse got there luckily, and I had to play to my outs, which was, eat into our mana with the heritage, and then hope we have an untapper later on. The Cradle obviously doing big work there. All right. Wow. I definitely did not expect to steal game 1 like that. Progenitor is not very good in this matchup. I like the Archon better. Bog not so good. Grist not good. Oof not good. A lot of cards pretty bad, to be honest. I think the Seizes are good to take their crop rotation kills. I have to look. It's been a while since I played against. It's been a while since I played against Turbo Devs. So let me see how I board here. I took out the Grist. I took out the Collector Oof. The Endurance. I boarded the Seizes. So it looks like. Do I want the ooze? Probably not. I think I like this. I don't board in the duresses. It seems kind of narrow because it doesn't take hex mage is the problem. It doesn't take like possibly engineer or whatnot out of their deck too. So the other thing is like, um, Ineluctable kind of talked about it. Shepard enables some insane stuff, but a lot of that times, a lot of those times, at least in fair matchups, it's only applicable if you're already ahead, right? It's I kind of compare it sometimes to the fire version of Heritage Druid. Obviously, they do different things, but back in the day, like people would say Heritage Druid was like secretly the worst card in the deck because it's only good if you're already winning. And Vision and not Vision. Shepherd is kind of like that, where like, can you do some insane stuff? Yeah, but your hand kind of has to be insane to start off with, right? And your opponent has to be unable to interact, so to speak. Obviously, it's better against like High Tide or Doomsday because there's no removal or like sweepers involved. So that's probably where Shepherd's at his best. But against some of the other decks, it's not like a perfect card. Or anything. Like Plague Engineer exists. So does like End of the Festivities and things like that. And it also incentivizes just like Heritage Druid overextension, right? Like which is something that doesn't apply as much when you're racing against Doomsday or High Tide. Obviously, I've had this conversation with Marcus. I would like to respond, but those are my thoughts on the card. Actually, I think as a card, it is from a power perspective, is probably on the same level as Reclaimer, but this is just almost always good, whereas Shepherd is often good, but not always. But of course, the more frustrating gameplay, right? I think here I'm probably gonna fetch basic just to be. They often have like one what is it called? One wasteland just to deal with random things. Sure. I think here I'm gonna play the Shepherd and then play the Cradle. What this does is it actually ramps me because I want to fire off the Glimpse of Nature next turn. I'm essentially gonna ooh, what's going on here? So they might have, I think, depths in their hand already. Nope. Maybe it's another crop. You done with run for the long term? I don't know about long term, but near term for sure. Yeah, for sure. Agent 56K. Cradles is obnoxiously expensive. So I believe their last card in hand is probably, if I were to guess, it's probably crop rotation, but I could be wrong. There is some merit for boarding in the one endurance just to. I think here, let's see. The decision here is, do I play the land and then try and get extra mana? I think I probably do. Instead of trying to draw into another cradle. I feel like Cradle has always kept elves way underplayed relative power level. That's probably true on paper for sure. I think most people here would screw up here and then tap this and then play another elf. The correct line here is to use heritage mana. Ooh. This is awkward here because we have exactly enough for natural order. Um, I think we actually play it safe. And I'm gonna get Archon in an instant, right? So we just don't die. We still have a kill next turn with Shepherd activation. This is like for sure Agent 56. I totally get that. I think here we're gonna seize and see what they have. Nope, they were bluffing. Yeah, the other only deck that I mean, besides EDH, obviously, the only other legacy deck it goes into is Maverick, and it's like a one of. All right, recovery or redemption arc almost complete here. Obviously, we got gifted round 3. Right. I mean, there's the okay. Mike might be here, but he plays the opposition deck. Also, so that has like some benefits. It's not like strictly worse than L's. Uh, Obviously you got to play Force of Will and Brainstorm, so that there's like that. But a lot of from a power perspective is a little bit lower. But although probably has higher floor. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and we will see if we can finish this 5-0. All right, I am back. We can finish up this league now. For those of you wondering what I'm eating, my wife actually prepped me mangoes right now. She's a real MVP. Here, bud. Okay. I think it's still a few people still play it. Sadra. I know Max does. Max Thorson. I don't know who else, to be honest. We were playing against Reanimator. Fitting end, I guess, to this league. We are on the draw. Sorry, the play. I think it's kind of Reclaimer or Bust, right? This I played them recently and they were on Reanimator, so I'm just gonna mold to Reclaimer. Man. I don't think we can go to 4. I think this is probably as good as it can be. And you just hope to get lucky, right? Luckily, they're on a mode of 4. Notably, this would be an endurance. So feeling a little bit worse about main deck endurance versus main deck ooze here. But in the event that they are not, I'm just gonna leave with that. But I've already kind of committed to the fact that they're on Reanimator. We need a land here. I think we're dead. And, ooh, pass turn? Interesting. Notably here, the endurance doesn't do it jack either, because they had the grief, right? Maybe they put it in the grist, I don't know. That's possible. Yeah, I mean, looks like that might be their game plan. It's very annoying, to be honest. That is annoying. The good thing is they don't have the combo here. Makes me... It's awkward for sure. If they kill the ooze, I think we're fine with that. I'm gonna do that. And then eat their grief while we're at it. And then this gets bigger, right? And then we go wide. If they minus grist here, it dies. I'm banking on the fact that they don't have both. I'm banking on the fact they don't have Entomb. Right? Otherwise they could have reanimated already. Wow. I see, yeah, so the tough part is like if they minus kill the ooze, they die. If they don't, they die anyways, right? They plus and then we start bashing and then they have to eventually kill the ooze. So the actually points for the ooze in this matchup here. Or that game at least. Now we get a boarding like a million cards. So Sadra, black is a real color. We play Thoughtseize. But usually, yeah, black is for combo decks. I know what you mean by that. Um, I think this is how I want to board. The mind break traps supplement the path to ooze, right? We don't have the full set of endurances, which is why I do like some number of mind break trap. Like, you want to be able to get to turns 1 and 2 when you're on the draw. That is not gonna cut it. That does though. Keep. And I think here we actually put the arbor back. Ideally, what we want to happen is for them to just like turn 1 try to like kill us when they think, oh, we kept the hand disrupted hand, right? Oh. I'm gonna use a trap first because one, it's only 1 card, and two, it's probably dead later on, and I think the game is probably already over based on that. I'm gonna leave here with the arbor first because I want to go turn 2 reclaimer, right? And we still have endurance backup. Like this is like working out exactly how we want it to. This is a lock probably. This is Dreadhorde. This is Dreadhorde Arcanus at home already. All right. Let's see. If we play the Visionary, we still have endurance backup. I think we just pass here. I think here. We're gonna bash with everything but the Reclaimer. Just for 2 level. I don't want to lose the Reanimator. Like, I'm gonna keep maximum protection up if I can. So if they have a removal spell for some reason, we still have the Endurance that's live. They're probably gonna flashback looting, but I don't think we care. Yeah, like I think they know the writing's on the wall. Like we're keeping multiple layers of protection up. All right. If that's a redemption, if that's not a redemption arc, I don't know what is. We went 0-4 into 5-0. Yeah, if that's not a redemption arc, I don't know. Although to be fair, we gotta praise Gristlebrand here, right? Like, we were gonna be down a game and they just conceded. Probably had to go if I were to guess. Usually I've been there. I start a match and then, you gotta run some errands around the house or whatever, right? Like life happens, so I get it. And then we really or we're 4-0, so it's actually kind of fitting because we 0-4 into really 4-0 here. Especially since that game when they left, we probably were down a game. Yeah, the old classic 5-0, but trophy with really 4-0, right? With 8-0. For sure, Sage. Thanks. I appreciate that. So it's 9 o'clock here. Do we want to play another league? Is the question. I think there is time. So we didn't actually run into Delver too. So I think people would probably be down for another league. But let me just double check. I'll be back in a few minutes. Actually, a minute. I need to check something with my wife. So we'll be back. I'll bring up for now at least the list again. Um, Here we go. All right. I think I was pretty happy with the list. We obviously didn't run into Delver. There's some merits potentially that the ooze should be an endurance. Um, that one's hard. Like obviously the game against Depths, we had to combo through with Glimpse because we didn't have the endurance, right? But the thing is, like endurance in general, I think in the non-Delver matchups, it's probably worse than Ooze. Ooze is castable on 2 mana, so maybe that's okay. It's tough to know whether I want the endurance main or this is more castable, is what I like about it than the Ooze. But the endurance can give you game against just like the most random things. And maybe we know the floor on endurance already, so maybe we'll try another league with Ooze to see which one we like main better, and hopefully we run into Delver, just for testing purposes. But yeah, I think this is the perfect 5-0 with some assistance in round 3, obviously, for the trophy, right? So we can run it back. We're on trophy number 3 now, which is nice. I wish I saved my unlicensed hertz. They have went up, pretty significantly. So I sold mine for $8 just the other day because I didn't think they were better than endurances. But now they're 13, so I've lost $20. Uh, you're not wrong, Sadra. Because Layla has kind of fallen out of favor, but I don't really look at it that way because really endurance has replaced the additional copies of really run afoul slash assassin's trophy, and the reason why I say that is because it's really replaced the fair slots. Is what I mean, Sadra. But you're not completely off base. And I think right now it's TBD whether we want ooze or endurance main, and how many copies. That split I've been trying to figure out. I guess uh, for those last few spots for a while. Okay, they are mulliganing aggressively. I do not know what they are on. Like I played against this player the other day, but I mean I don't remember what they were on. They probably remember what we were on though. Ooh, that is not good for us. Probably TES if I were to guess. Oh, okay, they're on Madness. Looks like. It pains me. Oh, why did they have the nuts here? It actually pains me that. Actually, why did I keep this hand? I just realized there's no one drop. So that is on me. One drop solved, but we're in a lot of trouble. I think this thing is really good. And I don't think our hand is fast enough to beat their hand for this game one. Yeah, it does, Sadra. The reason being is because I used to advocate Leyline, in the deck a lot because it's like our best anti-combo card. The problem is you get to a situation where you just have too many of those effects, right? So here, um, I think we need to have Cradle. Well, let me think about that. If we get okay, they can attack for. We're gonna get another turn back here, but probably not 2 turns. Um, I think this is a situation where we have to hope to draw into Cradle actually, because okay, they're gonna we can't block, right? So at minimum we're gonna take 5, 8 the next turn, and I don't believe we're gonna get another turn after that. At least not without losing our board, right? So I actually think it's correct here to just try to fire off and draw into the Cradle because we are up against the wall, so to speak. Like so I did. This is one of the scenarios where you don't actually get the Cradle on 2 because I do not think I'm gonna have another 2 turns. Is the rationale? Oh my god, they have a gamble too. Nothing we can do about that. So 5, 6, okay, so they went for a different line than I thought they would. We might actually get a second turn. It really is Agent 56K for sure. Uh, let's see. They're gonna run everything in next turn, so we have to block. I think this is a scenario where we have to hope the once hits the Cradle, and it did not, unfortunately. Would it have been worth picking up Birch so Rek could eat the Walla? No, I don't think so. I think the board it matters more, Sadra. But great question though. I think that's the most we can do at the moment. We're gonna take 2 in the air from the imp, and then likely have to just throw something in front of like some of those creatures. They could have some random haste is why I left it the way I did in case. Oh my god, that's probably just game. I forgot about that. Yeah, this deck is the slot machine essentially, right? Like if they run this hot, you probably can't beat them. They didn't run that hot to be fair. It's like a turn four, right? Like it's just that we kept a slower hand, not knowing what they were on. They have some even more insane draws than you know what they currently have here, but we're just dead. We can't beat that. Um, okay, that's one way to lose, I guess. I think the ooze is good. I think X3s and X4s are real good in this matchup. I don't like the Progenitus. I don't like the Gris or the Oof. Don't like that. The Snuff Out actually is interesting because it stops the best creature in the deck, which is the Ravager. So I'll give it a try, I guess. For sure. Um, do I care about anything else? I don't think so. So I think this is okay. We leave Glimpse in for some raw firepower. Obviously, like the best friend combination here is not great. We don't have the time, right? It's actually why I've been low on it against Moonstompy, and I found my win rate has increased ever since I cut Glimpse in that matchup. Um, I don't think we can just mold hard to Graveyard Hate. Like this is like pretty reasonable otherwise. Um, Let me think. The Once Upon a Time has some good hits, and we have Acceleration. It's a speculative hand, but I think it's actually a keep. We're actually pretty likely to hit with once too. Unfortunately, we did not. Oops. Also, they sometimes keep Firestorm hands against us, so I don't think you can just mull to like Graveyard Hate. And they're less likely to go for it when they know we boarded in some number of endurance. So decent chance that Vengevine and Anger are gonna be relevant. This is a man. I feel like Reclaimer is probably not getting there. So with that in mind, I'm gonna get Visionary. Oh, a turn late, really, but we'll see. It's kind of worked out actually, to be honest. Like we got the card we wanted, but just in a different way. If it's Reclaimer on one against this deck, I would have felt okay with it, but we missed off the Once Upon a Time to find Endurance or Reclaimer. So we'll see. It could be a Firestorm that's happening right now, though. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I could have technically bounced. Oof, that's a problem. I could have bounced one just to be safe, but I think that's playing. Well, it's hard to say, right? Like they could just Burning Inquiry me, and you don't know for sure. And so yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there's some value in picking the Visionary because Firestorm's a possibility. I just like slipped my mind for a second. We can't get the Ox back in, so we're probably just dead, to be honest. Oh, that's brutal, actually. We could have saved. Yeah, well, now we're just dead. We could have picked it up and then played the Birch Lore, and that would have saved us damage. But I think we're probably just dead regardless. Um, yeah, unfortunate. How come I can't see my next card? Like the Vengevine makes it so that we have to abyss ourselves every turn. Why is it not showing my next card? Okay, whatever. Yeah, I think in hindsight, yeah, I probably pick up the Visionary and then I can pick up one more creature, block, save myself 3 damage essentially, right? Like I think I have to bog because of the actually I have to look back. How many cards are in the graveyard? Never mind. I think it's like 8 to escape. So I probably should have played the Visionary and then double chump. I go to 5. And then after going to 5, I probably did go to 1. My hand wasn't great. Maybe I should have mulled. Looks like blue-red, potentially. You're probably right, on bad. I kept a very shaky keep for sure. Probably just disrespecting my opponent a little bit too much there. Probably right on bad. Especially in leagues where, man. Yeah, for sure. I think we run out the visionary here. They want a daze, like we live with it. I want to set up for the next turn, is what I'm going for. And hit land drop is the other thing, right? Like, given that we have the glimpse in hand, I want to set up for a turn 3. If they want to force the glimpse, then so be it. We are on the draw, so I think we have to be a little bit more aggressive. The other reason why I ran out Reclaimer too is like it puts the onus on them to bolt your first creature. What I've realized is sometimes they just ignore if you just put out Heritage Druid and they just put 2 threats, and that's just so backbreaking sometimes. Ugh, that's annoying. Maybe this is another threat. I don't think they bolt a Visionary, yeah. I think we need a 1-drop here. We do have a Progenitus, but I think it might be too slow. We'll see. Alright, if we have a Progenitus, but then we're gonna need 2 more turns. If this flips, we're probably in trouble. I think we have the Glimpse. And then, yeah, I think this is correct for sure. Now it's extremely correct. Alright, I think we got the game. Outside of triple bolt here. I don't want to jinx it too much, but... Alright, that locks it up. Yeah. They need it, they're dead here. Like, our hand is, like, insane right now. So that's gonna flip. We'll see. What? The heck is going on? How did that not flip? Okay, whatever. I mean, they were gonna lose regardless. They're gonna waste us, which is predictable. We have the second Cradle in hand already. They bash us for only 3. I think here, this is just like correct to do here. This. Yeah. I don't want to accidentally draw the hoof is the issue. And as a Delver, as an opponent, if your elf player does not pick a Visionary, you're probably dead. Or they need the mana. That's the other thing, right? Like, all right. We finally get to test what I've been waiting to test. Well, we lost it the first league, but we had a slightly different configuration. So we'll finally get to test what I've been wanting to test, which is just this configuration against blue-red. Pretty good, to be honest. This is another reason why I split the Endurance Ooze the way I did. It's because I don't want too many 3-drops in my opening hand. And if that means I have to play something like Mindbreak Trap to overcome the fact that Ooze is not, perfect as combo hate, then so be it. Sure. Luckily, our hand is not too bad against that at the moment. Here, notably, we'll lead with it Druid. We actually have a turn 2 Grist if we want it. Yeah, especially if you don't play the deck too, right? Like, it's different if you play the deck and then just, like, take a break. I don't think Phil plays, I didn't watch this league, obviously. I don't, but not because I don't want to watch it. I just don't watch leagues videos in general unless somebody, like, requests it, for instance. Or I'm on somebody else's stream. But this is the type of deck that you can't just really do cold. You kind of have to have play on and off at least. Yeah, I think Phil's range of decks, I think from what he told me before, is like the Stompy Shells, D&T, and then ooh, the Stompy Shells, D&T, and something else. Tin Fins, I think he said he played. So here, I can go. I can't get Shepherd and whatever at the same time. I can only get Endurance in, but that might alone be worth it already. And then Grist the following turn. Obviously, I can go Ranger into Grist here, but that seems more dangerous, right? Like, it loses to Daze. So here, I'm forcing my opponent to play in Submerge, right? And I don't think I'm going to waste any time. I think I'm just going to stick to Endurance now and have a threat. If they end the festivities here, I don't think I mind that much because the Endurance is on the board, right? He missed a Cradle for lethal involving double untapping with Wire to get Reclaimer untapped and produce down. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of lines that are just not very intuitive too, unless you've been playing the deck for a while. Most of the difficult lines are involving Reclaimer too. Okay, that's good. Oh, if they don't end the festivities here, we are hitting for a lot next turn. Potentially. Might be good to get Grist too, but with a DRC. But that walks into end of festivities. Huh. I think I like. Is DRC the best or second best blue creature in Legacy? Great question. It's definitely that or Murktide, right? Like, there's no. I don't think there's a debate on that. Is there a way to? No, there's not. I'm just gonna hit for a lot right now. Somehow I feel our opponent did not play very optimally, but I could be wrong. Hey, Repo Cheap. That is So the good thing here is we play around in the festivities. They have to end the festivities into Bolt, otherwise they're just so far behind still. I didn't want to play Grist because, oh my god, what the heck? So the thing about that is, I definitely did not expect rough. I expected to end the festivities, but rough is rough. You know, what can you do? This notably here is going to be quite good. Yeah, except Goyf has just been phased out, right? Orgo is really a black card, if we're being fair. Sure, Merfolk. I think the game is probably over, but I could be wrong. Even if they somehow submerge the endurance, there's the grist to deal with too, right? Like they have to go bolt grist into submerge the endurance. Okay, that handles the grist portion. Uh-oh. You have got to be kidding me. Jesus. Now I don't feel so great about this game at the moment. We don't have... Okay, that's pretty good. Actually, no, it does. There's a cage out. We might lose this game now, which is really crazy to think about. The problem is I did not play around Rough Tumble because I just don't assume that they would play a 2-mana sweeper when they could play a 1-mana sweeper. And we lost the Reclaimer for no reason, which hurts. Oh my god. We might lose this card and this game, and that is kind of insane. Like, I think Murktide and Iteration both existing for Delver is one of the issues with Legacy at the moment. Also with Ragavan banned, sorry, like they don't have to, with Ragavan banned, they don't also have to play the card, which is bad against some of the decks that normally would prey on Delver. I'm gonna thin here. They want to submerge if they can. That's quite the good top deck. Might be a Force of Will off the top here. That's a must force. So they're gonna go to 1. And then Hardcast Force, I believe. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. This is kind of insane. I believe I am in trouble now. Thank you, Unbanned Mental Misstep, for the sub though, for sure. They have a Grafdigger's Cage out, Andre. So this is Delver, I believe. Jesus. All good, Andre. I think we are in trouble now. That doesn't make any sense. Oh my god. I think that means it is on color. The problem is it doesn't edict the right thing, right? They're gonna bolt us here. I think I think they saw 2 bolts. It's insane that I think we lost this game. Yeah, I think if we play Edict though, we're not playing Snuff Out. I think Snuff Out is probably better. Oh my god. Yeah, I think DRC is a huge problem. I personally think that card is scary. How come I can't see my next card? I don't understand. What is going on? Jesus. I don't know what's going on, but... Well... That definitely did not feel good for that to happen. Run afoul is kind of bad at the moment, in my opinion. Like, it's good, it's like very narrow. Yes, Snowball is just the better card. Unfortunately, they had the rough tumble, which is crazy, but... Oh my god. Not like this. I'm tempted to keep and just like lead with Cradle. They did not mull. Man, this is like really rough. I don't think I can go to 5 and win this game. I'm gonna play around the turn 1 bolt and then just go turn 2 and play more conservatively. Land here would be fantastic. It's not. We have to ramp here, in my opinion, because if they have removal, they might force. They might go force into bolt my arbor, and then we're in trouble. Yep. Yeah, Elves players definitely miss Ragaman for sure. I think they're going to get a. Yeah. The thing is, I don't think we can win going to 5. Is why I took the line that I did. And you just hope that we can draw land in time here if this does happen. At least they pitch iteration. Like they're going for the haymaker now. Little do they know we actually have a good amount of lands in the deck. 14 are live to be honest, right now. 15 you count Arbor. No. There's merit to. There's an argument to be made. I should have led with a shepherd. Yeah, I think that would have been better because we play around days and force, so they would have to have bolt plus waste. So that's probably on me. Man, I think I cost us this game to be honest. Um, but good to learn though by doing what the play that I made. I was thinking too much about the bolt and then or the wasteland, but I think it's probably okay what we did. What is going? Oh, they're gonna get a Murktide in. Yeah, our opponent's casting. Man, Jesus Christ. This is probably the most frustrating part about Legacy. Like I said, I think losing to Delaware players that feel like they're just clicking buttons at random. I wish they would just let me see my next card though. That's all I want to see. Oh, that's a tease. You talking about Sanctuary Sadra? I think they all want to play it because it gives them. Sadra for iteration is like very important end game. I think the big takeaway though is like we should have played around the force in case, and if they have waste plus bolt, we're okay with that. This one hurts. The game 2 loss. The 4 to 7 land they kept having. I don't know. I think we could have potentially won that game. It's just really sucky how that turned out. I don't like. I don't. I think our opponent was casting spells at random. Actually, in hindsight, yeah, this is like really insane. Maybe I threw this game by not playing the grist, right? Like I took the damage and that was like working out, and then rough happened. I don't know. I have to think about that again. Like I cannot believe we. Yeah, they have 18 lands now. I probably punted game 2 to be honest. Like there's no way I should have lost that game in my opinion, and it is kind of insane that they had everything they needed. I think here we lead with a reclaimer, force an answer. I might have got overconfident that game too. I thought there was no way we were losing based on that board state. And then we started to flood out, and then they started chaining iteration is the problem. I gotta review that game again. It definitely does not sit well with me that we lost that game too. The game 3 I can live with. Hunt. Ugh. Why? Jesus. Suspect play from our opponent right there. They should have tapped the basic force. I think they might have just rushed it. We could hoof here, but the thing is, if they have swords, it's suddenly not lethal. I think I'm gonna just play it safe, to be honest. Three. Could be, yeah. Could be. Although they could replace it, but then they have a lower blue count with the card that's in the Epic Gamble at the moment. I forgot what it's called. It's like look at the top two, and you can play until the next of your next step. Alright, they're now just tapped out. Actually, they're gonna kill this shepherd here. Sure. And then they're probably gonna force our Cradle Hoof. Reckless Impulse, yeah. Might be okay. I was thinking maybe they'll get a sanctuary for I don't know. Ooh, that's a nice one. Oh, great. Yeah. Conference picks. Yeah, that's never gonna happen though, Sager, in terms of hitting the shell. Yeah, I believe. Man, it's hard to pick against Luca right now after what I saw them do to Phoenix. I still would bet Warriors. In the other side of the bracket, I would guess Boston. Those are my picks right now, with Boston winning it all. I think they look. I think I like endurance in these kind of matchups. I don't want to bet against Luka, but I can't go against the Warriors core when healthy. The thing is, the Warriors core is not even just health, right? They're getting a little bit old, and Clay's coming off injury. Like, if we're being honest, he can't keep up with his what is it called? He can't keep up with his peers anymore, right? In terms of like split speed, like he can't stay with his man. So the reason why I'm leading with Birchlore here is because we have the ramp anyways. So let's see what they do here. And I think, do we want? I don't think we want to Green Sun here. I think we're gonna play it slow, and then we're gonna save the Green Sun for Gris, and just like exhaust their removal. Oh my god, what the heck? I did not expect that. Interesting. Warwick gets more shame concession than it has any right to. So let's see what happens here. I'm like tempted to fire off the natural order, but I feel like they have force. If we have a creature, we're gonna fire out the glimpse first. Let's do that. That's probably gonna draw out force. Yeah, for sure. That makes sense. Um, we're telegraphing here endurance, but that's okay, I think. We just need a land, and I'm pretty sure we're slamming natural order. We have to bait out the force that we kind of sniffed out. Iteration is just an obscene card. I think we do it now before something bad happens. Oof. So the downside of doing it that way is now I can't cast natural order the following turn unless I draw another land. So I probably, in hindsight, maybe I should have pitched the endurance. Oh, never mind. So getting punished there for not pitching the. I should have. I usually do. That was just bad of me. I think they probably sniffed there's another natural order coming. Yeah. Just ultimate super punished right now. Force? That's not bad. I'm not attacking into like 6 mana there. It could be endurance or some other thing that we're scared of. Interesting. They probably get your arrows and whatnot. I think we have to give them the loam here. Oh, this is just horrible though. Giving them the Euro is interesting too. They get 2 draws. Actually, yeah, I think I'm gonna give them the loam. I threw this game though. Actually, I could have just plus there. I realized. I was. Oh, man, I'm playing so poorly right now. Great. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. That game is on me. I like lost that game because of this. Not because I didn't pitch the endurance. We gotta make it up though. I do think this is a very good matchup, and I'm just disappointed in myself for dropping a game there. Opponent probably has turn 1 remove. It's gonna blindly kill whatever we do. Ending, yeah. Sometimes I'm like, I debate like leading with something else because a lot of people, a lot of opponents will just blindly um, kill whatever you play. All right, good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Land here is really nice because we get a progenitus, and then they're just it's it's supreme verdict or bust for them. We land off the top is what we want here. There's a land. I think it's too good not to stick natural order here. And then we're gonna bash for 11, and then I think they have to find supreme verdict, right? And even if they do, they've already taken 11 off of this. But you never know. I think I prioritize the Wirewood more than the Shepherd at this point. Sure. I also get an extra 3 damage here. Yeah, that's what that deck can do, unfortunately. It's swords or bust here for our opponent. I think I take away the iteration. No, there's 2 of them though. Probably the brainstorm then. Don't tell me they have another force. This is kind of insane. Uh, I mean, I don't think it beats Graveyard Heights as the prom though. The issue at the moment is like I can't keep the maybe the ooze should have been an endurance is what I'm leaning towards. Right? Because I nuked their yard as a result. I think we have to play for a combo kill now. I don't think we can get past the endurance. I mean the Earl. That's not cutting it. I also punted last game like pretty badly. Like I didn't even need to tick down the grist there. Why are they playing damping sphere? Thank you for the follow, Jason Sunshine. I wish I could do better here, but not meant to be. All right. I think given that we played three, yeah, I think we just trying to set ourselves up for lethal natural order. We could hit the damping sphere. Yeah, I think I like that actually. That like really messes with us. I apologize. I'm playing really poorly right now. Yeah, now it's game over. Quite the roller coaster tonight. We went from 0-4 into a 5-0, and we are now just, man, misplaying pretty left and right. What's so much harder, High Star? I think if I've learned anything from tonight's stream, though, it's probably that I want four endurances. The ooze was. I mean, I wasn't playing well, to be fair, but if that's an endurance, no, I actually don't think so, High Star. I think if I play like even remotely to my capability, the I win the matchup probably easily. Um, that matchup, I would play 10 times out of 10, like any day of the week. It's just like I'm not playing well at the moment, and that's why that has more to do with why we lost than what they can do. Like I'm not scared of that matchup at all. And actually, people who I know on the other side, will say the same thing. Like I know a couple players who play that style of deck, and they are definitely very afraid of elves. Infect for the second time tonight. I do think though the lesson learned is probably the endurance. The second ooze probably should just be another endurance. I think the card is just too good at what you want it to do, if that makes sense. I think here we probably take the Boseiju in case it matters for Inkmoth. The good thing is Endurance has dropped a little bit in price because of the Modern Horizons 2 draft again. No. Like in the previous game right now, I made at least like four errors. I mean, I know some people might not like what is it called. It may not be noticeable, but it was like four errors that I made. So I think that has to do more with why we lost. Some of the errors are more subtle, to be fair, but more or less why we lost. I think here we have to trade if need be. Let's see if they counter this first. If they daze it, then we have to play another creature, right? Obviously, and then I'm gonna block. I could go to 7, but actually now I'm not gonna. Well, we'll see what they do. I think I'm gonna take it. Actually, I think I need the mana from Birchlore. Obviously, if they scale up, I have no choice. But I'm not blocking here. If they have it, they have it. Like my logic is, if they had it, they would have played it last turn. Like it would have to be a top deck. Excuse me. Hardcast. Could be a brainstorm for Force too. Or Fluster. Sometimes they have that. Main. Sure. I think here we play the Visionary. This is a nice blocker too. And we have lethal next turn if we draw a land. What do they pitch? They pitch a brainstorm. Interesting. I would think that they would. Well, maybe that's their only blue card in hand. I personally would have thought that they would have brainstormed first if they had another pitch. Here, obviously, they attack both, I would imagine. The block on the elf is kind of free. In case they rotate for like Pendlehaven or something. Alright, sure. Okay, that's like the worst possible. The awkward thing now is we don't have the Archon in our deck at the moment. So, and I don't think Progena is gonna get there. So I think we have to like dig for Cradle. That is an interesting card. Not good at the moment, but thank you, Makanat. I appreciate the kind words. I just wish I was playing a little bit better. Is the only hiccup at the moment. I like punted 5 ways to Sunday on the previous match. So we have another turn, presumably. They're gonna bash for 1 here. We have to draw the Cradle. Actually, now we're just dead. They have 2 lands. They can animate both, and we're dead here. Let's see if they realize it, though. They should. Mm-hmm. Alright, we are dead. I think that's okay. Again, I don't really metagame for Infect, but we do have, conveniently, the Snuff Outs in the sideboard. So that should help us post board. I think the big takeaway I've been seeing, at least, is this Ooze main needs to be the 4th Endurance. It's apparent to me more than ever that you just cannot replace Endurance in this deck. Also, we want the Archon. The Snuff Out is good. Take this out. Oof is bad. That's bad. And I think that's how we want to. I think that's how we put it earlier. I wonder. I think the ooze is correct though to have in the list because I think we want a way to just kind of make the game out of hand, so to speak, right? Like we don't have a against blue red in particular a way to win over the top at the moment. Maybe that's ooze. Maybe that's Lair the Hydra again. I don't know, but that is the issue I see at the moment in this specific matchup. Um, Again, not playing the best in this third league, but I think the big takeaway is at least we are learning something, right? And if we lose this match, we will be 0 and 4, which is a very funny thing happened on this league, right? Like we went 0-4, 5-0, and then 0-4, right? How long did you play with Elves deck? That's a great question, High Star. I think non-competitively, probably I guess you can say since 2013, but like I wasn't playing online or anything. I didn't actually start playing online, I would say, until 2019. To be fair, 2018 really, but then I was only on and off in 2018. Online more competitively, I would say, or at least more often. I don't play like the challenges and whatnot, but 2019 is probably the demarcation like point. That's a mole. This is a keep. I think we put back a land actually. We're gonna lead with the reclaimer, and then thank you for the follow, mana traders. Appreciate it. I think the reason why we don't is in case we draw more lands, and we have a snuff out already, which is like an ace in this matchup. It is at minimum usually the snuff out a 2-for-1, and then sometimes you just get like huge 3-for-1 blowout. Sure, that's wow. Okay, that's quite good. Your main deck, it's perfect for you, or sometimes you change something. I changed it actually kind of recently, to be honest. Actually, we're gonna play this. We got rewarded there for putting the land back. Um, Actually, hold on. This is a little bit awkward. I realized. Actually, let's do it this way. I added the Progenitus main, is one of the things, right? I'm deck thinning here. I lower the shields down, but I don't think the higher is going to do us 20, right? What this does is it allows me to keep Snuff Out up, and then I can start hitting for a lot with Reclaimer and whatnot next turn. Presumably they play a threat here, and then I can keep both. Sure, I can keep both Snuff Out and Passeju up. I don't actually care about this card, to be honest. Like in most cases, I'm just gonna get Archon. Ooh, that's actually quite good. Hmm. 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, I'm a 1 short. Yeah, so the main deck I think has been like pretty stable. The only big difference, like typically that we fiddle around with is like how many number of Once Upon a Time. It's either three or four. Also the Silver Bullets main. I'm testing the ooze obviously tonight, but I think it should probably just be Endurance. It's just a better card. Um, Progenitus main is pretty new. Actually, I think this is the first time I've debuted it. But the reason being is I had been playing without a second natural order target in the main, and I want to save a sideboard slot. The other thing is it's quite good against the meta game right now specifically, in that it's good against Moonstompy, it's good against Jeskai Control, it's good against D&T. Whereas Archon, it's good but better post board when you have the discard to actually bridge you to natural order. So that's the thing with that, right? But yeah, otherwise, I think this main deck is actually quite good. For everything that's worth. Interesting, what's happening here. I think I'm gonna snuff out the agent here because I can't stop it, right? Like if they force the green sun, I know I want to get the Archon next turn is the reason why. Hi, peace and love, one. Thank you for the follow. I think they have force in hand, so they're kind of scared what we're gonna do. I think this is correct. Oops. That's probably gonna draw a force now. Never mind. Instant. They, there's a good chance they die with force in their hand. Like maybe they didn't know this is like part of the deck or not. Like they seem to be pausing, so or they could just be bluffing me out. Like there's that possibility as well. We drew, well, sort of drew, right? Like Snuff Out is an ace in this matchup, but then obviously the green sun here for Archon is quite good. Obviously, yeah, I don't think they can beat an Archon resolved. I mean, there's corner cases where it can happen, but it's very difficult. I think I've lost to it one time. So I guess it was Fluster that they were playing around, right? Thank you for the follow, Ed. So for those who don't know, Demonic Tutors is Ed D'Amico's, who's been killing it with Ant in Legacy, and I think with Yawgmoth in Modern. Thank you for the follow, Dan Bo Ears, I think. I think we run it back. To be honest, like I said, I don't like discard in this kind of matchup where it's like creature combo because you fall behind on the board. I like this card better against the spell-based combo decks. This is like pretty reasonable, I think. We notably played around Fluster, which was pretty nice there. It's actually quite interesting what's going on, Jay Z. We started our first league 0-4, and then we 5-0'd our next league, and then I'm playing quite sloppy in this league, and we are in danger of 0-4 again. So it's the complacency thing, right? Like we 5-0'd and we started playing real sloppy. We're what's it called it? We're the Milwaukee Bucks, right? We won our championship, and then now we're good. Yeah, we're playing Infect for the second time tonight. We won the first time. We'll see how this one goes. For sure, Ed. They're not even for Ant really. I'm more afraid of like the turn one, like true turn one decks, like Belcher. Actually, Belcher is not played, but uh, I'm talking more like the Epic Gamble, the Epic Storm, Ruby Storm. Like I think the Ant matchup is actually okay, at least for me. I know like you probably have a very good win rate against the other Elf players, but I do think there's a possibility they just miss board or not playing optimally against you. Yeah, the exactly right. They did get fired out. This is a league after all, Jay Z. So with honorable guest Ed here, I'll just give out mod here. Uh, so the other thing is I'm a big Ant aficionado. I actually own the entire deck on paper. I haven't played it obviously lately because with the pandemic, I haven't just been playing paper Magic at all. But definitely a big fan of the deck, and so is Jay Z. I know. The nice thing is with the snuff out that they saw already, it's never safe, right? Like your opponent could just blow you out at any time, but as an infect player, you just have to go for it. So there is a good chance this is our last match tonight. I don't think I would play the fifth match if I'm 0-4. Which is funny. Well, to be fair, like let's look at how it is right now. We lost to. We kept a sketch turn two, game two hand against what is it called? Madness, and we lost. I feel like we punted here against the Delver player, and then we definitely made like 4 mistakes here against Band Control. Like I definitely like mentally checked out for whatever it's worth. With regards to playing ultimately, I think I just got a little bit complacent after the 5-0, right? Thanks, peace and love. I think we can't do anything about it, right? Just take. Hopefully we just draw the snuff out sooner than later. 2 agents, okay. That's actually okay for us, I think. Like, it doesn't get. Oh my god. Why are they playing these such hateful cards? I think we have no choice but to attack into the agent here. They probably block. I don't know, maybe. Actually, maybe not, because it's like a 1-1, right? Like, I don't even think Elves is like that bad of a matchup. Unless they're scared of Merit Lage decks, I don't know. But like, it's kind of surprising to me they would play Submerge because I don't think that like this is a problem for them typically. I mean, maybe, but especially with the Snuff Outs. Maybe they got word that we're playing that. But yeah, I guess it would be a fitting end to tonight's roller coaster, right? Like the 0-4 into the 5-0 into the 0-4, right? We did learn one thing, and that's endurance is very good. I'd probably just play the fourth copy over the main deck ooze, and then have the one ooze in the sideboard as like the fifth endurance, so to speak, right? Yeah, so that's the thing too, right? Ed, I think Veil of Summer is quite good against Ant, but it's kind of at an all-time low. Only like Omnitel, blue green Omnitel, and TES really play it right. I know, right? Okay, what is going on here? They're like going wide, I guess. We're gonna take a three here, but I think that's okay. Like this is a slower hand by their standards, so I think I'm okay with that. Uh, oh my god, no, not another snuff out. I'm not submerged. All right, I think here we glimpse and see what happens. This is going to be a cool line that we're going to employ, which is the old endurance for keep them off their, you know. Okay, hold on. I think we want to bash first, actually. Let's do that. Like, we can't kill this turn, so I'm gonna bash first because I'm gonna bounce, untap the Arbor, and like try to draw more cards and hopefully live another turn. Oh, where our glimpses? Oh, there we go. Finally, I was gonna say our glimpses are whiffing there. For sure. I'm glad somebody's picking up the ant torch, and that's you, Ed. So I know Cyrus would be proud if he saw. All right, this glimpse just got real good now. What do we do here? I think we actually pitch the well. Okay. The reason why we do it this way is because if we draw into a birch lord, it keeps the glimpse chain going. So I think I'm gonna do this again. Notably, would have been very relevant, right? But didn't hit it there. All right, looks like we just have to fade one turn here. Easier said than done, though. If you're wondering why I have so many lands in the deck, it's because of the Delver matchup. Also, I think the deck just runs smoother. As an Elvish Reclaimer deck, you just want to draw, not draw, have a lot of lands in play because you can just reuse them for Cradles. If we win this match here, I will play the fifth match. But I don't think there's point if we're 0-4. Ugh, alright. Looks like we are dead. Don't think they're... Well... Did you sign my field trip permission? I did not yet. Great question, Wally. So here, the only line we would have had was like bounce both at once in response, but that doesn't really do anything. Here, I think we're just dead, which is okay. I can go ahead and discuss if anybody has questions about this list. I'm not too concerned about our losses right now. What matters is that second league, right, where we 5-0'd. So I think we legitimately lost here against Ice Drake, which is okay. Um, Possible we should have just been more aggressive here against Lost at Sea, but you want to call that loss, that's okay too. These two matches, I definitely feel. Well, the third round, I like four different misplays, which is fine. Maybe I'm just tired or whatnot, but I do think going forward though, the list feels quite good, especially from the second league that we, had a perfect 5-0, right? Also asterisk on that third match from the second league. I know like our opponent conceded because they had to go or whatever, but okay. Otherwise, four matches and we were perfect without having dropped a game. I think though this ooze, based on the two leagues that we play right now. Great question, Ed. I know you played the Neto version like not too long ago. I personally have been playing Reclaimer since it got more or less printed, right? 2019. I think the big breakout for me personally was when I won the showcase qualifier, the mocks, essentially qualified for the mocks in 2020. I don't think it actually became the norm though, because I think I was in the minority still, at least online. I don't think it became the popular sentiment until I would say 2021 Eternal Weekend when we put three people in the top eight, myself included, right? And I think since then, at least online, the Reclaimer version is more popular. I think with paper though, I suspect the Neto version is significantly more popular because people are coming out of the pandemic, so they haven't really updated their list aside from maybe playing with Shepard, right? So actually, I know Ed, you played the Neto version. I would highly, highly recommend playing with Reclaimer. The lines are a little bit different, so it might take a little bit getting used to. But being an Ant player, yeah, it's a lot of times to just win more, right? Like it. So it's nice and it makes glimpsing easy. So it's on easy mode more or less, right? You can be sloppy with glimpse; it doesn't really matter. But I think as Jonathan Zhang, Jay Z said, you want to play with as many fire cards as possible. And if we're looking at the deck list, this version has a lot more fire cards than the traditional list. Namely, Queen Ranger and Nettle Sentinel are both Pauper Elves status, whereas here you get to play with Reclaimer, which is, in my opinion, the best creature in Legacy, but at worst, a top four creature in Legacy. At worst, in my opinion. And the other ones in contention, I think, are like Murktide Region, obviously, DRC, and who am I forgetting? Uro. Uro's the other one, right? Those are the four like pillars of Legacy, so to speak, right now for creatures. And obviously, you get to play more like busted fire cards, right? And speaking of which, this ooze here should probably just be the endurance, the fourth endurance, and I think the rest of the sideboard, I think. Yeah, exactly, right, Ed. So that's the thing, right? Like this card here is like almost like Dreadhorde Arcanist, right? Like against Delver. If you untap with this card, they're probably in big trouble. Like more often than not, it's just game winning. Because it's a 3/4, right? Like for no reason. Like as if crop rotation on a creature, so mini Knight of the Reliquary or one mana Knight of the Reliquary wasn't good enough. You have to make it a Tarmogoyf as well. So I don't know why this is a 3/4, but for some reason it is. Uh, Note, okay, so you could also play the Karakas. I don't bother to at the moment because I just don't think it's good at the moment. But obviously, Bog does a lot in Legacy at the moment. I think the Progenitus main is kind of new. I played Archon in that slot for the longest time. Some people play two hoofs, which I think is like not maximizing the utility, so to speak. Like it's kind of like Stoneforge Mystic, right? You want to play historically in Legacy one GT and one Batterskull. Obviously, the Batterskull has been fired up to Cauldron Complete, but the point is still the same, right? You just want a little bit of diversity. But more or less, this is kind of where I think most people are. I think the Progenitus people will see as new in the main with the swap for Archon, but that's like very small in the grand scheme of things, right? The rest of the list is like fairly stock, and I would say at least online, Reclaimer became more of the norm, probably since not so much when I qualified for the mocks in 2020, but that which is like April 2020, but more so after November of last year. So November 2021, because that's when we put the three elf players, myself, Jurg, and PVDR, Peter. I think he's Dutch, but we put three elf players in the top eight of Eternal Weekend, and Jurg himself. Um, so he goes by Jurg Heinrich, but he's Aaron Relentless on good friend of mine. He actually won Eternal Weekend Bayou himself. So I think the list is very good because you just play more fire cards, right? Possible out of drawing. There you go, right? Like I've actually done it before, where like I have a Force of Vigor, for instance, which is like not uncommon to see in the sideboard. But like in Force of Vigor or Endurance, pitching the Progenitors, right? So yeah, definitely want to cut this card here. Oops, can't do it. But I think the rest of the list, to be honest, especially, I'm not too concerned about this last league, but get the second league ran really well when we were more focused, so to speak. Let's see. So yeah, probably cut this. I gotta buy from GoatBots again the fourth endurance because I cut it. I do think the first ooze is relevant as a late game card, late game bomb or mana sink against Delver, for what it's worth. So I do like that slot. Anybody else from chat have any questions? But I think the list was pretty good, to be honest. I mean, I know we 0-4, but like we did 5-0 the league before when we actually we're playing tighter. Let's see who's streaming right now. If there's no question, I will raid somebody. Um, let's see. Modern, so Solar Squirrel. Looks like Caleb. Okay. Nerd at Night community games. I wonder what that means. Looks like the Whale Hall has a thing going on. Pro Tour coverage from GP. I mean that's kind of cool, right? Modern Pro Tour. There's Nano J. That's EDH. Uh, Explore Mono Black. I guess I can raid the Solar Squirrel if there's no other questions. Thank you for everybody for hanging out. Definitely had fun again, even if we, stumbled to the finish line, so to speak. Here, still got the 5-0 for the night. It's kind of nice now. We 5-0 the last three streams, so definitely running hot with streams. I know it's funny to say that after you 0-4, but I do think the deck is good with the change that we should probably make, which is cutting the second ooze. It was a liability a few times when we drew it. So thank you for everybody for checking out. Until next time, hopefully later this week.